Our resource person has joined us. I welcome you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I welcome you all. Today is the third day of this national level online faculty development program. I hope you are enjoying the sessions. Today we have with us Dr. Snehal Moghe, who is working as an assistant professor Medicaps University, Indore. She has also worked with IIT Bombay startup Icon Solutions and IIM Indore as academic associate in information systems arena. Her topics of interest are primarily artificial intelligence, machine learning, how ethics shape artificial intelligence applications, healthcare sectors, and AI applications. Ma'am is going to deliver a talk on open artificial intelligence and LLM ChatGPT. I thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and I welcome you here. Over to you, ma'am. Snehal ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
No ma'am, Snehal ma'am, you are not audible actually. Yes ma'am, your screen is visible. We can see PPT, Introduction to Artificial Intelligence, but you are not audible. Ma'am, we can see your screen, but you are not. Snehal ma'am, can you hear me?
Am I audible now?
Yes ma'am, you are very much audible now. I welcome you ma'am.
Thank you so much. So when shall we begin our session? Shall we wait for some more time?
Yes ma'am, we can wait for 2-3 minutes. Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
welcome ma'am.
So these are basically B.Ed students, faculties.
No, ma'am. These are faculties from various colleges of Delhi University or from all over India, and they are from different backgrounds. Some different faculties, different subjects faculties. Actually.
Okay. Nice.
So shall we start, ma'am?
Yeah, definitely we can start, ma'am.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I welcome you here. Today is the third day of this national level online faculty development program. I hope you all are enjoying the sessions. Today we have with us Dr. Snehal Moghe, who is working as an assistant professor, Medicaps University, Indore. She has also worked with IIT Bombay startup Icon Solutions and IIM Indore as academic associate in information systems arena. Her topics of interest are primarily artificial intelligence, machine learning, how ethics shape AI applications, healthcare sectors, etc. Ma'am is going to deliver a talk on Open AI and LLM ChatGPT. I thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation, and I welcome you here. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Priyanka ma'am, for the introduction. I'm truly glad and I feel gratitude towards all fraternity of teaching for inviting me for today's session, and I thank Professor G.D. Sharma for this session, and beginning today's session with artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is the term which was coined in 1960s, and today what we see? Today we see the latest application which is of ChatGPT, which I'll be covering. And I'll be covering, you'll be interested to know that I'll be covering ChatGPT from scratch, and I'll be covering AI from scratch, in fact. I'll be showing you a video in which AI is being covered from from 1200 BC to today's, that is 2023. So you'll be surprised to know how AI has been developed, right? So let us start today's session, right? Okay, is my screen visible? Okay. 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 So first of all, talking about introduction to AI. So artificial intelligence, or in Sanskrit we call artificial intelligence as DHI, Dhi. So Dhi means, or artificial intelligence means nothing but saying that providing intelligence to machines or computers, which can be as intelligent as humans or animals, or even at times they can surpass the intelligence of living beings, right? So in here you can see a robot which is trying to convey to you that it is carrying the intelligence of humans and it can perform functions like that of humans. Now, if we see that what are the functions that a human performs or we perform, so we perform the regular functions like sitting, eating, walking, running, and thinking, most importantly, thinking, right? So when we compare these functions to that of a robot, if you would have serial Small Wonder, how many of you have seen that or even heard of that serial, Small Wonder? Will you please raise your hands? How many of you have heard of that series, Small Wonder? Okay, 2 people. 3. So that's a serial which even I saw when I was of age of 10 to 12. And in that serial, what they say, what happens is there's an electronic engineer and he has a family. So he develops a robot which is developed in phases. So first phase is that it is developed and it can walk, it can run, it can speak, right? And it is categorized as a girl. Okay, it wears the dresses like a girl. So, and her name is Cynthia or something. Please correct me, what's her name? Please correct me, I'm not remembering that. So now what happens is, after I think 40 or 50 episodes, he develops a mechanism in which the robot can eat. So now the robot, most importantly, humans are also, they can eat whichever cuisine they want to, and whichever veg, non-veg, whatever they want to, and they can drink water, they can drink tea, coffee, right? So humans, as compared to robots, are these differences which specifically make us different from robots. So in this phase, now the robot can eat and drink. So now there's a mechanism in which robot has to also excrete water and other substances, right? So now that mechanism is also developed by that scientific scientist, right? So that engineer develops that mechanism also. Now in the third phase, what happens is, after 50 episodes again, now that engineer, are you comfortable in Hindi or English or both? Please let me know. Should I continue? Okay, तो फिर थर्ड फेज में क्या होता है कि दैट साइंटिस्ट डेवलप इमोशंस इन दैट रोबोट. अब वो थर्ड फेज में, नाउ दैट साइंटिस्ट इज ट्राइंग टू डेवलप इमोशंस इन दैट रोबोट, तो अब वो इमोशंस कैसे डेवलप करेगा? It's a very typical question in front of that scientist. I think his name is James, and so that scientist uses some algorithms and writes complex questions or rules. If somebody is crying in front of you, then what you should do? If somebody is happy clapping in front of you, then what you should do? Right? If somebody is jumping or laughing in front of you at the same time, then what you should do? So and there are अब देखो रोबोट के साथ क्या प्रॉब्लम है कि रोबोट के पास कोई मैकेनिकल पावर की कमी नहीं है. रोबोट कैन लिफ्ट यू एंड थ्रो यू आउट. रोबोट कैन push you out of the door. Robot can do anything whenever she feels troubled, right? तो इंटरेस्टिंग सिनेरियो होते हैं उस एपिसोड में, और इट इज अ वेरी कॉमेडी एपिसोड. So if you get time, then you should definitely watch that. Now coming back to introduction to artificial intelligence. Now I hope I have given a very sound background as to what is artificial intelligence and what is robotics, right? Now when we talk of what are the categories, okay, first we have the history of AI. So before I give you the history of AI, I would like you to understand the types of AI. Then I will go to the history of AI. So क्योंकि ये linked है चीजें, इसलिए पहले आप ये समझिए कि what are the types of AI, right? So the types of AI are generally weak AI versus strong AI and narrow AI versus generalized AI. अब आप इसको प्लीज थोड़ा आराम से समझिएगा कि वीक AI क्या है. अभी तक आपने ये देखा, आप अगर ये जो 2 दशक हैं, इन 2 दशकों की बात करें तो अभी वीक AI क्या था कि हम चीजों को ऑटोमेट कर रहे थे. इन द सेंस कि Amazon पे आप गए, आपने 4 चीजें खरीदी तो आपको 5वीं चीज रेकमेंड हो गई, या आपने 4 चीजें 1 महीने में खरीदी तो आपको 10 चीजें अगले महीने रेकमेंड हो गई. तो दिस इज नोन एज वीक AI, दो इट इज AI, जो जबकि AI है, पर ये वीक AI है. क्यों? क्योंकि इसमें कस्टमर रिकमेंडेशन है, एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम यूज हुआ है, राइट. पर स्ट्रॉन्ग AI क्या है? स्ट्रॉन्ग AI इज रिलेटेड टू मोर ऑफ साइकोलॉजी, मोर ऑफ फिलोसॉफिकल AI. अब ये क्या है? नाउ यू वुड बी सरप्राइज कि व्हाट इज नाउ साइकोलॉजिकल AI या व्हाट इज फिलोसॉफिकल AI, राइट. तो इसमें क्या होता है कि वी आर टॉकिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ कॉग्निशन. अभी कॉग्निशन में आगे कवर करूंगी. तो व्हाट इज इन टर्म्स ऑफ कॉग्निशन? कॉग्निशन का मतलब ये है कि जैसे चैट जीपीटी जो आया है, राइट. व्हाट इज चैट जीपीटी नाउ? When we talk in terms of strong AI and we say कि ChatGPT is an example of strong AI, so what do we mean? We mean that कि ChatGPT ने नब्स पकड़ी है. ChatGPT ने नब्स पकड़ी है मतलब कि it has got the very basic idea कि humans को सर्च करके कैसे रिजल्ट चाहिए, right? It has understood कि humans को रिजल्ट कैसे चाहिए, and it gives that result so that we don't go for Google search once again, right? Other than specifically research papers जो कि particular author के, अब मैं आपको exceptions भी बताऊंगी चैट जीपीटी के, but other than very specific terms which are not yet covered by chat GPT has understood philosophically और psychologically कि humans को कैसे सर्च करनी आती है और ह्यूमंस को कैसे सर्च चाहिए, एंड दैट इज नॉट प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग. तो प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग जो करते हैं यूएसए में, यूके में, उनको दे अर्न इन करोड़ ऑफ रुपीज पर ईयर. नॉट मतलब करोड़ ऑफ रुपीज तो इंडियंस मतलब हर कोई अर्न करता है वहां, बट दे अर्न इन मल्टी मिलियन डॉलर्स, राइट. तो दैट इज नोन एज प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग. ओके. So strong AI means that to go into the psychological part or philosophical part of AI. Now related to this is narrow AI and generalized AI. These are related terms. Narrow AI is again related to weak AI only, है ना? And what is narrow AI? Narrow AI means that whatever we have implemented till date. ऑटोमेशन की बात करें, ऑटोमेशन हर तरह का जो हो रहा है, भले इट इज कैडा, राइट, भले इट इज रिलेटेड टू प्रेडिक्शंस ऑफ क्लस्टरिंग और प्रेडिक्शंस ऑफ रिग्रेशन, प्रेडिक्शंस ऑफ क्लासिफिकेशन, न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स, एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम्स, राइट. वॉट एवर प्रेडिक्शंस आर गोइंग ऑन, दे आर ऑल कैटेगराइज इनटू नैरो AI. एंड व्हाट इज जनरलाइज्ड AI और जनरल AI? जनरल AI इज मोर ऑफ स्ट्रॉन्ग AI. अब नाउ जनरल AI के अंदर क्या आएगा? ऑटोनॉमस व्हीकल्स, राइट. इन जनरल AI वी कैन से देयर आर ऑटोनॉमस व्हीकल्स which have their own system of decision making, है ना, and they are left on their own to take decisions. So this is a typical example of general AI. Because why it is known as general AI? Because it is going to be applicable everywhere. जहां पे भी ऑटोनोमस कार रहेगी तो वो एक कंपनी की अगर 100 कार्स हैं तो 100 कार्स पे वही का वही इंटेलिजेंस अप्लाई होगा. दैट इज व्हाट इज नोन एज जनरल एआई, राइट? नाउ आई विल शो यू अ वीडियो which is related. Now the type 2 का जो ये है intelligence, these are all related to philosophical and psychological aspects of AI, right? Reactive machines, limited memory, theory of mind and self-awareness. Now the most we can relate to is self-awareness, right? And theory of mind. Somewhat we can relate to limited memory also, and reactive machines I am not much aware of what are reactive machines. So self awareness, आप सभी थोड़ा बहुत योगा जानते होंगे, so you would be knowing कि what is self awareness. Self awareness has 5 levels of consciousness. Okay, self awareness has 5 levels of consciousness: unconsciousness, consciousness, subconsciousness, super consciousness, and there is one more level which I am forgetting. So there are 5 levels which are there in self-awareness, and if you are at the 5th level, then you achieve nirvana. I think nirvana is the 5th level. So there are 5 levels of self-awareness. So the Yog Nidra, which we say, Yog Nidra is the way to achieve, or even the meditation is the way to achieve self-awareness, and it can be done anywhere at a quiet place. But self-awareness in terms of artificial intelligence is that we provide intelligence or we provide consciousness to robots or machines or computers so that they become as intelligent or as, significantly aware all the time as compared to humans. Now there is another question which is related to why do we need to give consciousness to robots? Can anybody tell me? Can anybody help me with this? Why do we need to give consciousness to robots? What is the importance of consciousness in robots? Can anybody tell me that? What is the importance of even humans in consciousness? Why do we need consciousness? What is ethics? Why do we need consciousness?
To be aware of ourselves.
Yeah, मतलब yes we know. Suppose मैं बोलूँ कि मैं अवेयर हूँ, मेरा नाम क्या है, मैं अवेयर हूँ, मैं कहाँ रहती हूँ, मैं अवेयर हूँ, मैं क्या काम कर रही हूँ, तो आई एम अवेयर. बताइए कॉन्शियसनेस से क्या हो जाएगा?
To know about the consequences of our own actions.
Okay, yes.
Without consciousness, we cannot have higher mental processes, which we are assuming that the byproduct, which will be the AI that will be developed, could do certain things.
You are talking of tacit knowledge, yes. And any other opinion?
So we are not getting into compulsions. We are more aware. It's not about reactions. It is more about responses.
Okay, that's a deep response. Yes. Any other opinion?
Ma'am, so that they don't harm others.
Okay, sorry, Amita.
Good.
I think that there is a lot of thinking in consciousness which every human being is unconsciously doing. But then, so at a deeper level, if an AI has to be developed, then consciousness plays a very important role because every human being somewhere has that. So it's the necessity of being a human, the deep consciousness.
So I have got brilliant responses. I was not expecting. I've got brilliant responses. Thank you so much. So on a lighter note, I would like to add that see, if you have time, please go through something which is known as AI ethics. AI ethics, मैं आपको एक link भी भेजूंगी chat में. You can have a free course in AI ethics also. It basically tells you how to develop when you are using AI or when you are developing AI, how to develop something which is human friendly and human centered. Suppose देखिए, जैसे मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल दूं, you are developing a autonomous vehicle, है ना, and you end up developing an autonomous vehicle which is very perfect, everything is running on the road, it is doing everything, but suddenly what happens is that there is somebody crossing the road, and the vehicle doesn't see that somebody is crossing the road. There is fog, and vehicle doesn't work properly, and it crashes the person. मतलब accident हो जाता है, and the person dies on the spot. So now who will be responsible in that case, right? This is a typical case which had happened with Tesla, and Tesla had to pay the jurmana or the penalty to the family of that person. Though Tesla had designed it perfectly, but Tesla had to pay that penalty to the family of that person. So in that case, AI ethics comes into place. So now if you can think, and if you think of AI ethics, so in terms of consciousness, how do you think, who will be responsible? Will be the government who did not place the traffic signs, or the zebra crossing was not painted, or there were fog, so nature was responsible? Who was responsible? Or the algorithm that was written, so the software engineer was responsible? Who was responsible for this? Somebody has to be answerable. So Tesla had to give the penalty to that family. So see, interestingly, also this happened in I think UK. This happened in UK. If same thing had happened in Japan, then Japan wouldn't have had given any penalty to that person, because in Japan, humans are less valued as compared to robots or autonomous vehicles. So interestingly, there they don't value humans more than robots. So there that doesn't happen. So if he would have died in Japan, then nothing would have, there would be lesser penalty as compared to UK. Okay. So this is the difference of opinion among AI ethics. And surprisingly, there are various laws that are being designed on AI ethics and data regulations in various countries related to this aspect. Not only this aspect, there are data regulations. अभी आपने देखा होगा पिछले साल कि Facebook ने कुछ डेटा लीक किया था, मतलब डेटा सेल किया था अपना to various companies of marketing for various products. Like किसी ने अगर बोला कि I want to buy an Activa on WhatsApp, तो वो झट से उसको WhatsApp पे Activa की ऐड दे रहा था, if you remember. So this whole marketing is known as privacy breaching. So this privacy breaching was taken up seriously by Government of India, and it was stopped then and there, और उस पे जुर्माना भी लगाया गया था. So these are the things which are becoming very popular, and these are to be stopped then and there, and we have to be very vigilant कि हमारा कहीं पे भी कोई ऐसा privacy breach नहीं होना चाहिए, and we should not be victim of any such technological disruption. This is a disruption, but it is a negative way. So we should be very aware and vigilant. Now I am going to be talking about history of AI. Please let's see this video. Is this visible? One second. Okay. I am sharing it again. Now voice is there.
Yes.
Walk through life. Every day is a new beginning. Shine your light. It's a day and the world is waiting.
To understand the history of artificial intelligence, it's important to start at the beginning. In roughly 400 BC, Greek poet Hesiod mentions a bronze man in his Works and Days. Widely believed to be Talos, a metal guardian forged by the god Hephaestus to be the guardian of Crete. Thus, humanity's written record of a fascination with artificial intelligence begins. In 1206, Arab scholar Al-Jazari designs mechanical creations that can play music and row boats. The mechanical musician's drum set is built with movable pegs to allow for different melodies and songs, suggesting an early programmable device. By 1495, Leonardo da Vinci is penning plans for his artificial man in knight's armour, and evidence indicates that he may have even built a prototype for a patron. Mark Rosheim, a roboticist famous for his work with NASA, successfully recreated the machine from Da Vinci's notes in 2002 and found its movement fluid, suggesting pioneering robotics work centuries ahead of its time. In 1763, Thomas Bayes' essay on inverse probability and binomial parameters is read to the Royal Society after his death. Roughly 200 years later, his ideas become the basis for Bayesian interference and the Bayes theorem, which are now leading concepts in machine learning.
Frankenstein. The rose are true.
In 1818, Mary Shelley anonymously published Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, to great and enduring literary respect. The tale of a scientist's success and horror in creating a sentient being is considered one of the earliest science fiction novels, and perhaps the first reach of AI into pop culture. In 1843, Lady Ada Lovelace writes 7 pages of notes that comprise of the world's first modern computer program. She and Charles Babbage, who is widely considered to be one of the first modern computer creators, make a brilliant duo with their respective focuses on software and hardware. In 1898, Nikola Tesla organizes an exhibition to present the first wireless remote control vessel in the form of a small boat.
I had a dream about the future. I will become an engineer.
He reportedly tells a New York Times writer that he is looking at the first race of robots and mechanical men. At the University of Paris in 1914, Leonardo Torres y Quevedo unveils his automation chess player. The simple algorithm beats human opponents in endgames every time it plays, and it also signals if illegal moves are made by the human.
Bravo, schön.
1920 sees the word robot become popularized by Czech writer Karel Čapek in his science fiction play R.U.R. Thus, robot largely replaces the word automation globally. In 1950, inspired by the work of Lady Lovelace from 100 years prior, Alan Turing publishes Computer Machinery and Intelligence, introducing his imitation game, widely known as the Turing test. Though highly respected, the test's efficacy is debated today by those who claim that it only evaluates whether or not a computer can convince a person that it is human, instead of whether it actually has reached human cognitive capacity. The 1959 Dartmouth Summer Research Project on Artificial Intelligence officially coins the term AI and boosts interest and investment in neural network research. Within the next several years, the term machine learning becomes popularized. Frank Rosenblatt's perceptron, a pioneering neural network,
See here, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, madam.
Sir, actually, see, this Dartmouth conference was the beginning of the official term artificial intelligence, and this conference was the amalgamation of math scientists, statistics, as well as psychological scientists and computer scientists, because artificial intelligence is the mixture of all of these fields, right? As I had told you in the beginning. So they all came together and then they coined the term artificial intelligence. And these fields are specifically like neural network, natural language processing, cognition sciences, machine learning, data science, modeling and simulation, genetic algorithm. So these are the specific terms that we are going to discuss now. And that's why I had told Reshma ma'am to circulate that particular paper which I had given to her. Is it with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that PDF? Okay. Thank you. Let's continue this.
Leads Stanford researchers to develop Madeline, multiple adaptive linear elements. The first artificial neural network applied to a real-world problem, which is still in commercial use today. In 1965, Gordon Moore, co-founder of Intel, notes the number of transistors on a microchip is doubling every 2 years, while the cost of computers is halving. This insight is taken as a prediction and becomes known as Moore's Law, suggesting that every couple of years, computers increase in power and decrease in price exponentially.
So this is a very important phenomenon in computer science, which even I also learned when I was doing engineering, that आप देखिए सबसे पहले computers were the size of even rooms, then they were reduced to size of almirahs, then they were reduced to size of PCs, right, personal computers or desktops. Now they are reduced to size of mobiles. What are mobiles? Mobile यही है ना, अपने कंप्यूटर ही है, इनके पास भी RAM है, इनके पास भी स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी है, राइट, और इनके जो प्रोसेसर्स हैं वो कंप्यूटर के ही होते हैं, राइट. The other generations of the computers are in the mobile. So, right. So, whatever computers were earlier, that's the same configuration what we have in our mobiles, right? Okay.
By the end of the 60s, interest in AI is waning and matched by concerns.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What are you talking about, huh?
This conversation can serve no purpose anymore.
The release of Stanley Kubrick's popular film 2001: A Space Odyssey reflects growing questions about the implications of artificial intelligence, and excitement dies down even around Eliza, the first interactive chatbot. An AI winter sets in with the coming of a new decade.
Star Wars. Stop that ship!
The first Star Wars movie, A New Hope, is released in 1977 to roaring success. It makes two friendly and helpful robots beloved cult classics.
Oh, hello. I am C-3PO Human Cyborg Relations. And you are? What?
Remember, this was only a movie. Interest and funding in the field of AI returns, particularly supported by the Japanese government. Breakthroughs include John Hopfield's invention of an associative neural network and Paul Benioff's proposal of a quantum computing model of the Turing machine, spurring an ongoing quest to harness quantum mechanics and processing power. And yet, with no substantive results at the end of the decade, a second AI winter begins. In 1997, it becomes clear that AI has flourished again, during its time outside of the limelight, when IBM's Deep Blue computer defeats world champion and grandmaster Garry Kasparov at chess. Though certainly a defining moment in the history of AI, The successful scientists appear unaware of the artificial chess champion in existence more than 100 years in the past, Corbado's winning automation. The omission of any reference to Corbado supports Marvin Minsky's suggestion that progress in the field of AI is slowed by researchers unfamiliar with its history, allowing for the repetition of mistakes made by others before them. We now live in a world enmeshed in big data and AI. Apple's Siri is a recognizable voice. DeepMind's AlphaGo has defeated the world's Go champion. Surgeries are performed with robotic arms. AI is aiding human doctors in identifying cancers and disease. Driverless cars and real-time translation programs seen within our grasp, and yet we're still nowhere near creating a true artificial replication of the human consciousness. Perhaps the concept itself serves more as a driving force or ideal than a truly desired goal. Time will tell.
Okay, so time will tell whether we'll be in 2050 we'll be teaching robots or robots will teach us. Okay, so coming back to the presentation. Where's my presentation? Okay. Yeah. So, is my PPT visible? PDF visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now, as you have all seen the document, it has various branches of AI. So, have you found groups of people? How many groups are there?
I think, ma'am, there are almost 15 groups.
Okay, so 15 groups are there and 11 topics are there. Okay. Okay, so what I'll do is first I will explain to you what are these sub branches of AI, and then you can choose whichever branch you want to, and then I'll tell you about how you can implement these branches in your school, right? And you have to come up with an idea as to how you are going to implement these branches in your teaching or at school administration, right? And similar ways, right? So you have to think when I'll tell you about your particular branch or even related branches, you can come up with your own idea. You have to think in relative terms, right? You have to think relatively that how you can implement this in any of the areas that you're working with or any of the areas you're related with, right? Okay. So first branch is neural network. Neural network, as you see, is the connection of neurons. Neural network has been given the name from our neural system, which is in human body, which is nothing but the connections of neurons from the tips of fingers of hands and legs till the brain, right? So there are neurons, there are synapses, there are axons, and there are chemical reactions which go from one neuron to another neuron till the brain, and this happens in milliseconds. Okay, because of our stimuli. You have seen our stimuli is very fast, right? Why is it so? Because our brain is very sharp. And why is it sharp? Because of the sense that we get, right, from the sensors. And our sensors are what? Our skin, our nose, and the 5 senses, right? So coming back to neural network, so we have an input layer, we have hidden layers, and we have output layer. So there are various forms of neural networks. First is feed-forward neural network. Second is back-propagation neural network, right? Basically, there are 2 types, and there is one that is perceptron neural network. Perceptron is only 1 layer neural network, right? So what happens is that सबसे पहले हम इनपुट लेयर जो है, एज इट इज सेइंग इनपुट लेयर, तो इनपुट लेयर के जितने न्यूरॉन्स हैं, ये न्यूरॉन्स क्या हैं? ये न्यूरॉन्स केवल एक इनपुट देने का माध्यम है, और या इनपुट देने की जगह है, या इनपुट ये जो 000 लिखा है, दिस इज नथिंग बट वी आर गिविंग 0 वेट. नाउ व्हाट आर वेट्स? Weights are nothing but the adjusting modes of the neural network. मैं आपको बताऊंगी वेट क्या होता है. पहले आप ये समझिए कि what is an input layer. तो input layer is the first thing that is in the neural network. Then there are hidden layers and there is an output layer. तो देखिए जैसा एक बेसिक सिस्टम होता है, आप ये समझिए कि जैसे राहुल गांधी ने बोला था कि एक तरफ आलू डालेंगे तो दूसरी तरफ सोना मिलेगा. प्लीज डोंट गेट इनटू पॉलिटिकल डिस्कशन, बट आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू मेक यू अंडरस्टैंड कि एक तरफ से अगर आलू डालेंगे तो दूसरी तरफ से सोना निकलेगा. तो आप ये मानिए कि एक तरफ से आलू डालेंगे तो दूसरी तरफ से चिप्स निकलेंगी. ठीक है, तो चिप्स, अब एक तरफ से आलू डाल रहे हैं तो दूसरी तरफ से चिप्स निकल रही. तो आलू इज द इनपुट, आउटपुट इज द चिप्स, एंड द हिडन लेयर में कुछ सिस्टम परफॉर्म हो रहा है. तो ये हिडन लेयर में जो पूरा सिस्टम परफॉर्म हो रहा है, तो हमने क्या किया कि अब इसमें क्या क्या होगा कि पहले आलू कटेगा, फिर उसके बाद उसको सुखाएंगे, फिर उसको तलेंगे, फिर उससे कुछ पाउडर मसाले छिड़केंगे और फिर इसको पैक करेंगे और फिर इसको आउटपुट में भेजेंगे. राइट, दिस इज व्हाट इज गोइंग टू बी डन. तो अब क्या हो रहा है कि इनपुट आलू गया है, केवल बिना छिला हुआ आलू गया है, और हिडन लेयर्स में ये जो परफॉर्म हो रहा है. तो व्हाट आर वेट्स नाउ? सपोज आई टॉक इन टर्म्स ऑफ let's say I talk in terms of rain prediction in our city Indore. So let's say first parameter is how much rain was in last year, that is A1. ठीक है, A2 is what is the humidity as of now, that is A2. A3 is what is the oxygen level, and A4 is in which area I am in. Right, these are the 4 parameters. A1 is that how much rain was there last year. A2 is what is the oxygen level, what is the pollution level, ये कर सकते हैं, what is the pollution level. A3 is which area am I in, and A4 is some other parameter. तो अब क्या होगा कि इनका कुछ स्टैंडर्ड होगा, नॉर्मलाइजेशन के लिए कुछ हम स्टैंडर्ड देंगे. राइट, देन वी हैव these layers A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, and these are the hidden layers in which the operations. अच्छा, ये hidden layers में क्या होता है? ये functions होते हैं यहाँ पे. You must be wondering कि hidden layer में होता क्या है? तो hidden layer में functions होते हैं, sigmoid function बोलते हैं इसको. नाउ अब आप ज्यादा मैथ्स में न जाते हुए इसका एप्लीकेशन समझिए. राइट, नाउ व्हाट आर द एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ न्यूरल नेटवर्क? न्यूरल नेटवर्क के एप्लीकेशंस हैं, या तो हम इसको रिग्रेशन में यूज कर सकते हैं प्रेडिक्शन के लिए. राइट, तो रिग्रेशन मतलब क्या होता है? रिग्रेशन मीन्स कि वी कैन प्रेडिक्ट, लेट्स से कि आपके पास 10 साल का डेटा है कि मारुति सुजुकी की प्राइस क्या होनी चाहिए. यू वांट टू प्रेडिक्ट कि मारुति सुजुकी की जो ऑल्टो 800 है उसकी प्राइस क्या होनी चाहिए. राइट, तो आपके पास 10 साल का डेटा है ऑल्टो का. अब आप 11th ईयर के लिए प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहते हो, तो दिस इज फॉर्म ऑफ रिग्रेशन. राइट, सो फॉर दिस व्हाट यू विल डू, यू विल हैव वेरियस पैरामीटर्स. ये A1, A2, A3, A4 है, तो ऐसे आप कर सकते हैं 10 पैरामीटर होंगे. तो 10 पैरामीटर्स को लेके आप ऐसे प्रेडिक्ट कर सकते हो. अब आप स्कूल के टर्म्स में अगर बात करें तो यू कैन से कि लेट्स से हाउ मेनी एडमिशंस विल हैपन दिस ईयर. ओके, सो दिस कैन बी वन ऑफ द एग्जांपल्स कि हाउ मेनी एडमिशंस विल हैपन दिस ईयर. देन यू कैन रन योर न्यूरल नेटवर्क एंड यू कैन प्रेडिक्ट ओके कि लास्ट ईयर these admissions were there. What other factors do you consider in when you consider admissions? Right, girls to boys ratio, right, and you can save how many years after pandemic, right? And what else can be there? You can say fees kitni badi hai, that is also a factor, right? So these factors constitute कि आपको कितना टाइम, मतलब what should be the fee, how much should be the admissions in this year, right? Now second thing we have is, second branch that we have is natural language processing. Who has chosen this natural language processing? Anybody has chosen this natural language processing? Please raise your hand.
Participants, yes, Nishtha Chaturvedi.
Okay, Nishtha ma'am, very good branch you have chosen, natural language processing. So see, what happens here is, देखो 3-4 चीजें इसमें होती हैं नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग में. फर्स्ट थिंग, मतलब व्हाट इज नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग मीन्स दैट नेटिव लैंग्वेज को प्रोसेस करना. नेटिव लैंग्वेज, आई एम रियली मतलब इट इज नेटिव लैंग्वेज. सपोज यू आर टॉकिंग इन कन्नड़ा, यू आर टॉकिंग इन हिंदी, यू आर टॉकिंग इन तेलुगु, आप जिससे भी बात कर रहे हो, तो आपको सिस्टम को समझाते आना चाहिए या उस व्यक्ति को समझाते आना चाहिए जो कि उस नॉन बैकग्राउंड का है, राइट? सो दिस इज बेसिकली नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग. एंड व्हेन वी टॉक ऑफ नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग फॉर कंप्यूटर्स, सो दिस इज व्हाट इज मेंट बाय नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग पाइपलाइन. अब आप ये पाइपलाइन को अगर समझेंगे, राइट, तो पाइपलाइन को समझेंगे तो सबसे पहले हम क्या करते हैं, सेंटेंस सेगमेंटेशन मीन्स कि वर्ड्स को अलग अलग करना. लेट्स से कि आई वेंट टू मार्केट येस्टरडे, ठीक है, तो सेंटेंस सेगमेंटेशन में क्या हो जाएगा कि आई अलग कर देंगे, वेंट अलग कर देंगे, टू अलग कर देंगे, मार्केट अलग कर देंगे, येस्टरडे अलग कर देंगे, कॉमा लगा देंगे उनके बीच में. देन वर्ड टोकनाइजेशन में क्या हो जाएगा कि कौन सा वर्ड कितनी बार आया है, दैट विल बी डन. स्टेमिंग में क्या कर देंगे, स्टेमिंग मतलब कि रिड्यूसिंग दैट वर्ड टू द स्टेम वर्ड, मतलब उसका जैसे आईएनजी पार्ट हटा देना या एस पार्ट हटा देना, राइट, उसका बेसिक वर्ड हटा देना. लेमेटाइजेशन मीन्स टू कैटेगराइज द वर्ड्स आफ्टर दे आर बीइंग स्टेम्ड, राइट. Then stop word analysis means कि stop word जैसे टू और द जो है ये stop words हैं. टू तो फिर भी काम का है, द इज द stop word, तो द जो stop word है इसको हटा देना. Then dependency parsing means कि जो सेंटेंस कन्वे करना चाहता है उसको बताना. तो डायग्राम बनेगा, इसका एक ट्री बनेगा. मतलब आई वेंट टू द मार्केट येस्टरडे, तो कहाँ पे बनेगा डायग्राम, मतलब वेयर विल इट ब्रांच आउट, ये डिपेंड करता है ये डिपेंडेंसी पार्सिंग पे, राइट. आई थिंक इट विल ब्रांच लाइक मार्केट येस्टरडे आई वेंट, ऐसा बनेगा इसका. एंड पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच टैगिंग, पीओएस में ये आ जाएगा, टीएफ आईडीएफ फ्रीक्वेंसी आ जाएगी. TF IDF होती है टर्म फ्रीक्वेंसी, इनवर्स डॉक्यूमेंट फ्रीक्वेंसी, टैगिंग. तो इसके फॉर्मूले होते हैं मैडम, ठीक है. तो अब आपको क्या करना है, अब आपको इसके एग्जाम्पल देखने हैं, है ना, ये आपको मैंने बता दिया. नाउ अब इसके एग्जाम्पल क्या है, इसके एग्जाम्पल है सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस. अब इसको समझना आप. सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस मतलब क्या है कि सपोज आपको एक पैराग्राफ दे दिया, आपके स्टूडेंट ने ऐसे लिखा है, ऐसे लिखा क्या पे, सपोज रेनी डे पे ऐसे लिखा. अब वो रेनी डे पे ऐसे जब आपने सपोज एआई के सॉफ्टवेयर में डाला, उसने ऐसे लिखा कंप्यूटर पे, एंड यू पुट दैट ऐसे इनटू एआई सॉफ्टवेयर टू कैटेगराइज, एनएलपी के सॉफ्टवेयर में, कि ये पॉजिटिव ऐसे है कि नेगेटिव ऐसे है, कि मतलब स्टूडेंट का माइंड है वो पॉजिटिव है कि नेगेटिव, उसने क्या लिखा है ऐसे में. यू डोंट हैव टाइम टू रीड इट, आपने उसको एआई के सॉफ्टवेयर में डाल दिया, तो अब वो क्या बताएगा कि स्टूडेंट का माइंड 70% पॉजिटिव था. मतलब उसने क्या लिखा कि मैं बारिश में घूम रहा था मुझे बारिश ठीक ठीक लग रही थी, क्योंकि मैं भीग गया था, मैं थोड़ा उदास हो गया था। मुझे बारिश इतनी अच्छी नहीं लगती, कभी कभार भीगना अच्छा लगता है पर रोज नहीं, क्योंकि मुझे होमवर्क करना है, मुझे ये करना है, फलाना ढिकाना। तो इससे क्या पता चला हमें कि ठीक है, उसको कभी कभार भीगना अच्छा लगता है। तो इट इज लाइक 70% पॉजिटिव। अब इसका और अच्छा एग्जाम्पल क्या हो सकता है मैडम, कि कोई अगर आप बड़े लेवल पे कुछ अगर आप ऐसे कंपटीशन करवा रहे हैं, या आप सपोज लेट से कोई आप इवन स्पीच अगर किसी की आप स्पीच किसी ने दी है, उसको आप प्रोसेस करवा रहे हैं, तो एट दैट टाइम इट विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल टू यू टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ऑथर या जो बोलने वाला था उसका मोटो क्या था, या वो क्या चाहता था या क्या चाहती थी टू कन्वे, व्हाट डिड दे वांट टू कन्वे, राइट? ठीक है। अब लैंग्वेज ट्रांसलेशन मैंने आपको बताया, लैंग्वेज ट्रांसलेशन कैसे होता है, ये स्टेप्स से होता है, और फिर इसके बाद पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच टैगिंग के बाद और भी स्टेप्स फॉलो होती हैं व्हिच आई हैव नॉट कवर्ड हियर। पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच टैगिंग के बाद गूगल क्या करता है कि पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच टैगिंग के बाद ना वो एज इट इज जो वर्ड्स निकल के आते हैं वो देखता है कि यही वाले वर्ड्स दूसरी कौन सी भाषा में जो पूछे गए हैं, जो भाषा में पूछे गए हैं वो कहाँ आ रहे हैं, तो वो जहां आ रहे होते हैं वो एज इट इज गूगल सर्च दे देता उठाकर। दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस एक्चुअली इन गूगल। इन गूगल दिस हैपेंस। ये मुझे प्रोफेसर पंत ने बताया था कि दिस एक्चुअली हैपेंस इन गूगल, राइट? अब इसके बाद टेक्स्ट समराइजेशन इज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग। टेक्स्ट समराइजेशन मतलब कि जैसे अपने को चैट जीपीटी करके देता है कि अगर आप उसको बोलेंगे कि एक रिसर्च पेपर की समरी दे दे, तो वो बकायदा आपको समरी दे देगा, राइट? तो समरी क्या होती है? समरी में ये आता है कि आपने क्या क्या इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़े हैं और कहाँ आप उसको रिलेट कर रहे हो, एंड व्हाट आर द इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग्स दैट यू हैव नोटेड डाउन। बट टू सम एक्सटेंट चैट जीपीटी अभी समरी प्रॉपरली लिखना नहीं जानता है, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी। बट आई फाउंड आउट कि उसको अगर आप समरी लिखने को दोगे तो वो केवल जनरल टर्म्स यूज करके और कुछ तो भी लिख के दे देगा। It cannot write summary as of now. It can differentiate properly, right? Natural language processing का बहुत अच्छा एग्जाम्पल है चैट जीपीटी, जो कि मैंने खुद भी लिख रखा है। वर्चुअल असिस्टेंट्स का क्या काम होता है मैम? वर्चुअल असिस्टेंट्स अगर आप देखें तो आपको ये उसमें भी काम आ सकते हैं कि क्लासेस शेड्यूल करनी हो तो वर्चुअल असिस्टेंट काम आ सकते हैं। वैसे जनरली ईमेल लिखना हो तो भी वर्चुअल असिस्टेंट काम आ सकते हैं। क्वेश्चन आंसरिंग सिस्टम बनाने में भी वर्चुअल असिस्टेंट्स काम आ सकते हैं। तो ये हमारे क्या हो गए? नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग के एप्लीकेशंस हो गए। नाउ नेक्स्ट इज एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम। एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम किसने चूज किया है? हु हैज चोजन द एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम्स? मीरा मैम। Meera ma'am, expert system is one of the primary preliminary applications of AI, and the first application of AI was the expert system only. And Dendral was the expert system, which was the first AI application of the AI. तो Dendral क्या था कि एक डॉक्टर से AI इंजीनियर ने टाइम ले लेके और पूरा ये डेवलप किया था। देखिए मैं आपको एक एक चीज बताऊंगी कि इसमें क्या है। तो ये जो नॉन एक्सपर्ट यूजर है ना, ये AI है, AI इंजीनियर है, ठीक है? ये नॉन एक्सपर्ट यूजर AI इंजीनियर है। ये क्या कर रहा है कि ये जो नॉलेज फ्रॉम एन एक्सपर्ट है, ये हमारे डॉक्टर हैं या जो भी मान लो, आप डॉक्टर मान लो या इंजीनियर मान लो जिसको 30-40 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है, तो ये क्या कर रहे हैं कि इनसे सारा नॉलेज लेके नॉलेज बेस में डाल दिया। अब ये नॉलेज कैसे लिया इन्होंने, ये भी एक क्वेश्चन है। क्या आपने नॉलेज तो लिया पर को क्वेश्चन आंसर के रूप में लिया या रूल लिए या क्या लिया, राइट? तो आप जैसे आपको अगर बनाना हो कि सपोज आपको केमिस्ट्री पे रूल बनाने हैं, राइट? केमिस्ट्री पे आपको एक एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम बनाना है, तो आप कैसे बनाओगे केमिस्ट्री पे एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम? जबकि सब कुछ बुक्स में दिया हुआ है, तो भी अगर आपको एक एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम बनाना हो, बुक में से ही बनाना हो या बुक में से देख के और फिर एक कोई टीचर को जो कि 30-40 साल का एक्सपीरियंस हो उनको देख के बनाना हो, तो हाउ विल यू मेक इट? आप क्या करोगे कि उन फैकल्टी के पास जाओगे और उन्हें बोलोगे कि सर मैडम हमने ये बुक तो पढ़ ली है, बट आपका नॉलेज हमें चाहिए ताकि हम ये सिस्टम बना सकें, राइट? तो अब आप क्या करोगे कि उन फैकल्टी का टाइम लोगे और उन फैकल्टी का टाइम लेके फिर उन्हें बोलोगे कि सर मैडम आप ये पर्टिकुलर फॉर्मेट में हमको ये रूल्स लिख के दो। रूल्स मतलब उनका नॉलेज। सपोज जैसे बुक में अगर दिया है कि ग्लूकोज कैसे बनता है, राइट? अगर बुक में ये दिया है कि ग्लूकोज कैसे बनता है, तो अब बुक में ये नहीं दिया होगा शायद कि ग्लूकोज बनने के लिए कितना एग्जैक्टली टेम्परेचर चाहिए या कितना एग्जैक्टली एनवायरनमेंट चाहिए, ये नहीं दिया होगा। ग्लूकोज में केवल केमिकल रिएक्शन दिया होगा। तो ग्लूकोज के लिए ये जो रिक्वायरमेंट है, दिस पर्टिकुलर रिक्वायरमेंट कैन बी एक्सट्रैक्टेड बाय द नॉलेज एक्सपर्ट ओनली, राइट? तो ये जो नॉलेज है, अब ये मैं काफी मतलब छोटा एग्जांपल दे रही हूँ। जैसे आप न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन की बात कर लें, फिजिक्स एक्सपर्ट से अगर पूछें कि न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन क्या होता है, RR CAT में जाके, RR CAT मतलब सेंटर फॉर एटॉमिक टेक्नोलॉजी में जाके अगर किसी से पूछें साइंटिस्ट से, तो उनका जो लेवल ऑफ नॉलेज होगा और एक फिजिक्स के टीचर का जो लेवल ऑफ नॉलेज होगा उसमें बहुत डिफरेंस होगा। तो उनका नॉलेज लेके फिर एक रूल इंजन क्या होता है? रूल इंजन ये होता है कि नॉलेज बेस जो है, नॉलेज बेस में तो अपन ने सब नॉलेज बेस इज लाइक अ डिक्शनरी एंड रूल इंजन इज लाइक अ robot which fires the rules looking from knowledge base, and it is the robot which comes to know कि which rule has to be fired based on the knowledge base only, but looking at मतलब दो रूल अगर क्लैश हो रहे हो तो कौन सा रूल फायर होगा, ये रूल इंजन डिसाइड करता है, ठीक है? एंड देयर इज अ यूजर इंटरफेस व्हिच टॉक्स टू द रूल इंजन, ठीक है? सो अब आप देखिए कि एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम के एग्जांपल क्या होते हैं। एक तो मैंने आपको बताया कि सब्जेक्ट के लिए नॉलेज बेस मतलब सब्जेक्ट वाइज एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम बन सकता है ना? एक आप एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम बना सकते हो कि लीगल डिसीजन सपोर्ट, जैसे कि लॉयर्स को जो जनरली जितने काम होते हैं लॉयर्स के, दे आर ऑल बेस्ड ऑन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया। तो इसमें कोई नई बात तो नहीं, रोज कोई कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बदल नहीं रही है ना? मेडिकल डायग्नोसिस के लिए आप प्रिलिमिनरी मेडिकल डायग्नोसिस के लिए एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम बना सकते हैं, राइट? ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज के लिए, ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज ट्रैकिंग के लिए आप जैसे कि आप अगर देखें पीएफ का जो पूरा सिस्टम है, दैट इज ऑल एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम। वो पूरा जो सिस्टम है दैट इज एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम, उसमें कुछ भी छेड़खानी करने की जरूरत नहीं है आपको, दैट इज एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम। नाउ अब इसमें आप स्कूल में क्या इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, वो आप स्पेसिफिकली एक तो सब्जेक्ट का इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं और आपको सोचना पड़ेगा कि इसमें क्या इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि मैथ्स के बारे में अगर बात करें तो मैथ्स से रिलेटेड आप एक दो चीजों को कंबाइन भी कर सकते हैं आप, जैसे एनएलपी और एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम को कंबाइन कर दें तो देन यू कैन हैव अ सिस्टम which will talk to you, right? Which will talk to you, ask you questions and then go to the rule engine and then give you answer as well. ये दो सब्जेक्ट, दो ब्रांचेस को हमने मिक्स कर दिया, right? Now next is pattern recognition. Now pattern recognition किसने चूज किया है? Who has chosen pattern recognition? ओके, पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन, ठीक है। पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन इज अ वेरी बेसिक, मतलब एक क्लस्टर टेक्नोलॉजी है ये, मतलब जैसे इट इज नॉट अ कोर टेक्नोलॉजी, इट इज अ क्लस्टर टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट? क्योंकि ये एक मतलब ब्रांच नहीं है, ये एक एप्लीकेशन है, ठीक है? तो पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन है क्या? पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन ये है कि आपको कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी दी हो, वो इमेज प्रोसेसिंग हो, वो क्लस्टरिंग हो, वो नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग हो, वो एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम हो, आपको क्या करना है कि 3-4 चीजें परफॉर्म करनी है. सबसे पहला कि इनपुट लेना है, राइट? इनपुट लेना है. देन यू हैव टू सेगमेंट द इनपुट. देन देयर इज फीचर एक्सट्रैक्शन. फीचर एक्सट्रैक्शन मतलब क्या हो रहा है? मतलब यू हैव टू सेंस द इनपुट कि उस इनपुट में से कौन से फीचर्स अपने काम के हैं. क्योंकि देखो जैसे 10 इनपुट दिए हैं अपन ने, तो 10 इनपुट पे अपना डेटा प्रोसेसर काम नहीं करेगा. अपने को केवल 3 या 4 इनपुट पे ही काम करना है. ठीक है. एंड देन वी हैव क्लासिफिकेशन एंड देन पोस्ट प्रोसेसिंग, राइट? तो ये अपना क्या है? पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन. अब देखो पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन के एप्लीकेशन इतने सारे हैं. देयर इज स्पीच रिकॉग्निशन. स्पीच रिकॉग्निशन क्या है? सपोज जैसे आपने एड में देखा होगा अक्सर, या अपना ये सीरी जैसे बात करता है, तो सीरी जो बात करती है ये जनरली इट इज बेस्ड ऑन स्पीच रिकॉग्निशन ओनली, राइट? और स्पीच रिकॉग्निशन में ये होता है कि ऑफिस में अगर स्पीच रिकॉग्निशन लगा है तो द डोर वोंट ओपन इफ इट इज नॉट, इफ योर वॉइस इज नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, there are some participants who are facing difficulty in understanding Hindi. Can you please deliver your talk in English only?
Okay. I'll deliver in English.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. So in speech recognition, what happens is that you have to be very specific in terms of giving the input to the sound system. If in the sound system you have registered a sound, your voice, you have registered your voice, but in place of your voice you give your friend's voice, so that voice will not be recognized, right? That is known as speech recognition. Okay. And speech processing is different from speech recognition. Speech processing means that speech is understood by the computer, and then it gives you either the word on the system, or it recognizes the word and then it gives you as a text on the display, and then any operation you want to perform on that word, which Google generally does, that speech to text conversion and all, right? Speech to text conversion, then text to text conversion, text language to language conversion, right? So this is known as speech recognition. Now there is another thing which is known as face recognition. In pattern recognition, another part is face recognition. So face recognition means that you have to, okay, so we are falling short of time, I guess. So let's go for the group activity. Priyanka ma'am, we have time till 4 p.m, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have image processing also, and we have human computer interaction also, and we have speech recognition also, and we have ML, data science and cognitive science. I am sharing this PPT in the chat box, but please let's start the group. Let's start the group participation. Come in messages. We are not able to share the PPT. Okay, I'll email you, ma'am.
Yes, or you can WhatsApp me, and I will send it in the WhatsApp group of participants.
Please send me a WhatsApp on my number.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, so who is the first group who wants to present? Who is the first group who wants to present? Meena madam, please don't be so hesitant, you can present.
They have actually made groups.
So they have to present, na? They have to present their idea. What will they do if they don't present?
participant, any member of the group can present their idea.
Because otherwise it won't look good, no? I have made the groups in order that you can present.
Any team member, I request you, if you have any idea regarding your topic.
Ma'am, can I speak, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Snehal ma'am, so basically I am from the Department of History, and my group has 5 members, and all of them are from, one of them is from Commerce, and 2 of us are from. So we were to do with image processing is what we decided to do. But before doing anything, we thought there's something that is going to come from your side, in the sense that I'm completely new to what is ChatGPT, AI, and all of this. So right now, I don't think I'm in a position to kind of present anything. I'm other group members also. We haven't really prepared anything. I was reading about image processing, but I'm not sure of what needs to be presented. Or in fact, image processing is a word that is new to me personally. So I was under the impression that you will be doing an activity, you will give us a task, or maybe do an hands-on, kind of on the computer, and then give a task, and then we would do that in 15 minutes. As in, that was the impression that I had. I'm not sure about the participants. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, I got late in submitting this file to you. Otherwise, you would have presented, right?
Ma'am, can I add to this? I am also in this group. I just want to ask, I have a query that image processing would also, the filters and everything that we use to improve the quality of the image, that will also be part of image processing? The filters that we use?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So, ma'am, in that case, I think what we use it on Google Photos, I'm not a fan of filters too much, but then I think whatever little cropping and, filter options of HD, and I don't know, this is a basic thing that one is kind of moving around while doing image processing on the phone, as basic as that.
Okay, so actually maybe next time I'll be sending you early the details, so that you can be well prepared. So we'll continue with this only. I will continue with this, because since you are not much aware of this.
Ma'am, actually I'm not sure of the other groups. I'm talking especially from my group,
Yes, Miss Radhika.
Yes, ma'am. Same as in doubt, because we know that we need to form a group, but nothing instruction, as in we haven't received any instruction that what need to be presented. So I think we are not prepared.
Okay. No
yes,
issues. No
participants
issues.
have received topics just before the session.
Yeah.
That's why I think.
Okay. No issues. Okay. So I will just continue with this. Okay, no issues. I'll continue with this. Okay, so in pattern recognition, then we had one of the interesting areas is cyber security. I hope you all understand what is cyber security. Cyber security means that on the internet, whatever we use, whenever we use computers or mobiles on the internet, our pictures, our videos, our everything, links, text, messages, everything has to be secured, either using antivirus or using firewall. Otherwise, we can be fall trap of any misuses, right? Which should not happen. And most importantly, financial transactions. Financial transactions happening without our knowledge, then that is very bad, and very it can cause us trouble to any extent, right? So cyber security is one of the most important thing which pattern recognition can take care of. Okay, so how can pattern recognition help in cyber security? This should be your question. Pattern recognition how can pattern recognition help? So pattern recognition can help by seeing the sequences of the financial transactions. Do you understand that? See, pattern means that pattern need not only mean ki what is the location or what is the transaction details, but pattern means in the sense that the numbers, the number formations and all are to be traced, right? So if there is a difference in that, then definitely the pattern is changing. So, and if the pattern is changing, then we can definitely say that, okay, there is a difference in pattern, and that is how cyber security people work. Okay, and we can definitely then trace ki, okay, where is the transaction coming from. If suppose the person is in India and the transaction happens, let's say from Dubai or from, let's say, Malaysia, then that's something, one transaction happens in Dubai and one transaction happens in India and then one transaction happens from Australia, then that is something which has to be very worrisome, right? So how this pattern has to be checked and taken care of, that is to be seen, right? Other examples are medical, healthcare sector. Students, please note down, healthcare sector is one of the most important and upcoming sector for the next 5 to 6 years at least, which will have a very big impact in AI. How? Because see, medical field is going through transitions, no doubt. Medical field is going through lots of changes in terms of let's say healthcare sector is just once you go to hospital and you register there as a patient, so automatically you get a call after every 1 month or 15 days that your next visit is of this and this time, your medicines are getting over, so you need to refill them, right? I hope so you get these messages. Do you get these messages from hospital? May I know? Or you manually do that every time?
Yes, ma'am. If we book online, if we have an appointment, then we keep getting reminders and everything.
From hospital.
Yes, they are also keeping a track of the lipid profile, how your weight is changing, and then they are sending in graph form also.
Great.
Health checkups.
So which city you are in, madam?
Sorry?
Which city you are in?
Delhi. So Medanta is doing, BLK is doing. So we go for our health checkups, regular health checkup. So they have all the data, and so we know that whether our liver function enzymes are increasing or decreasing, how is our lipid profile, those kind of things they give us in the graph form also.
Okay. So similarly, now my PhD topic is on big data and AI ML, and I'm predicting the knee operation. When would be the knee operation be if the patient is severely ill because of pain in knees and osteoarthritis? So my area is this in computer science, and I'm using X-rays and MRIs. So in case any of you are knowing a very good doctor who is an orthopedic surgeon, please do let me know so that I can get many X-rays from them and have a good rapport with them. Okay. So now we also have hand gesture recognition. See, if you get time, please go through this person details. Pranav Mistry, if you must have heard Pranav Mistry, right? Pranav Mistry, Sixth Sense video, in which he is using gesture recognition to click photos, to transfer page to computer and then print it again. You would be surprised that, see, suppose I have a camera on my head and I'm using a gesture to transfer to transfer this page on the desktop to printer. So if I do like this, so that page will be given to the printer. So that kind of technology is being used by him, and that is like 2008, 2009, right? So it is that old technology, but yet it is very new for many people, and you must watch it, right? So Pranav Mistry, Sixth Sense, please do watch it. It is related to AI. Now, we are talking about image processing. So as I said to you, as I told you, image processing is a very typical thing, and image processing involves a lot of processes, right? So image processing involves these processes. First of all, there is a problem domain. It starts from left bottom. There is a problem domain. Then there is image acquisition, image enhancement, image restoration. Then morphological processing, segmentation, object recognition, and representation and description. And color image processing and image compression, they are more or less the same. Image compression means to compress the image so that it can reduce in its size. It is just like reducing it in the form of zip or in form of RAR, right? RAR file formats, right? And color image processing is also more or less the same, right? Now, the application part of image processing. Why do we need image processing? We need image processing in order to identify objects, right? And you'll be even aware of the applications like number plate recognition, right? Number plate recognition is part of image processing, and we know that number plates are being scanned at FASTags. Number plates are being scanned at traffic lights. Those who are going ahead before the traffic light gets green, breaking the traffic light, they are being sent. What do we say that? They are being sent blue slips for breaking the rule, right?
Challans.
Yeah, challans. They are being sent challans. So similarly, so this is the basic example of image processing. And in terms of schools, and another example, a very good example is attendance marking. See, these days attendance is being marked by face recognition. How it is happening is, how is it happening? It's happening via a system which is kept on, which is placed on the wall or the door, and we can go there. We can punch our attendance by placing our face near the camera, and it will mark us present for the day. Once we have to mark a present in the beginning of the session, and once you have to mark the presence after the ending of the session. So we have marked the attendance. For every session we have to do that, right? So this is how the face recognition works. In case we have marked the attendance but it has not considered, then what should we do? Okay class, then what should we do? I want answer. Yes, Meera ma'am. Yes, Meera ma'am, what happened?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, nowadays we can have the biometric, and it has. I think from your class we could understand that the age has been closed, and the face recognition detection system is also coming up, and I'm not sure, ma'am. Actually, then
okay. So I'll tell you. In our college, we are developing a system in which thumb impression is biometric and face recognition using iris is also there. In our college, we are going to implement a system in which we are going to mark attendance using drone, because there are 150 to 200 students also at times in a class. So it is not possible to take a name of every student and mark attendance. So we are going to fly a drone in our class which has a camera, and we mark attendance of every student. So that's how we are going to mark attendance of every student. And you should also try implementing that. See, GitHub Pay, on GitHub, the attendance code is there. All you have to do is, you have to write a code for linking it with drone. So we have to just write a code for linking it with drone, and then it will be there. Then it will become very handy to use. Yeah, that's what we want to do, and we'll be doing it. This semester we'll be doing the project. Then for next semester we'll be implementing it. Yeah. Okay. So then after that we have. Okay. So after that we have image processing. We have done. Okay. 5 minutes are left. Quickly. Augmented reality and virtual reality. Augmented reality and virtual reality. In malls we go and we see there are some children or even adults sitting with big goggles, and they are trying to enjoy with the seat moving, and they are seeing slides going on. So what are those? They are the augmented reality part and virtual reality. So that is virtual reality. What is augmented reality? Augmented reality is like, suppose you put on the goggles and you see that there's a whole skeleton in front of you, and on that skeleton if you click on the heart, then you see that heart is beating. Or if you click on the brain, then you see that there's a whole brain in front of you. So that is known as augmented reality. And virtual reality is obviously what you see in the malls, that people wear big 3D goggles, and the 3D goggles they wear, and then they are seated on the moving seat, and they enjoy the ride, and they feel like they are sitting in a ride, and though they are not sitting on a ride, but it is a virtual reality. What they cannot do, they do with the help of virtual reality, right? So there was interestingly an article in Times of India which clearly said that virtual reality and metaverse, if you see metaverse, it is nothing but virtual reality. People are buying plots there, people are building buildings there, and whatnot is happening on metaverse. So now my time is getting over. So I would like to just say that the rest of the part, which is human-computer interaction and automated reasoning, and human-computer interaction is again a branch of psychology and computer science mixed, and it talks of the psychological aspects of developing AI. Why the UI UX designing, user interface, user experience designing, UI UX in computers. The whole website designing and gaming designing comes under UI UX designing, right? So the whole this concept designing comes under UI UX, and UI UX comes under human computer interface. Okay. So now if we say that human computer interface is not good, so that means that there are the bad loopholes in UI UX designing. That's why these UI UX designers get so well paid, because that is the end goal of every software. If your software is very good but your UI UX is not good, then you will not be paid good, right? And your software will not be a success. So everyone wants that your software should be such that it should have the best features and best and minimum requirements of user interaction. Then only it's a success. That is what is taught to generally into students when designing UI UX, right? And it includes gesture interfaces, virtual keyboards, right? And visual feedback. In case of speech recognition, I have already told you. Now very important aspect is machine learning. Machine learning is basically the branch of statistics and computer science both, and it includes the very basic knowledge, like if we give some input to the system, then how it behaves, and if we don't give a labeled output to the system, then how it behaves, how it classifies the data. So this is how machine learning works, right? And machine learning examples are like spam filtering, image recognition, recommender systems, clustering, right? These are all the examples of machine learning. In case of schools, you can say that suppose if you want to analyze the whole class 4th result, right? Whole class 4th result. So for let's say a particular subject, for various exams, like let's say for midterm 1, then midterm 2, then for end term, then for various subjects. So you can see that for all the classes, if you do clustering, then how have the students performed? And if you compare with the rest of the schools for the same branch, for the same name of for the same brand, then how have the students performed? So that is how it is. And lastly, data science. So data science basically means it is the basic branch of statistics which is devoted to AI only, right? It is the branch of statistics devoted to AI, right? And data science includes all the formulae, all the predictions related to deep learning is also included in data science. And examples of data science are predictive analytics, fraud detection, personalized healthcare, and convolutional neural networks, smart energy management, and many examples like forecasting, supply chain, and whatever example we want to take, we can take, right? So with this, I would like to conclude my today's session, and it was really very nice to interact with you. And I would like to have some questions which I can answer. Thank you.
Participants, if you have any query, you can ask ma'am. Radhika, yes, you can ask your question.
Ma'am, it will be helpful to us if you could just give an instruction regarding the activity which you were expecting us to do today, so that we can
actually I was expecting that since I have shared all the documents, so I was expecting that you would be reading any of those topics, and then you would be coming up with an example which you can implement in your school.
Okay, in our classroom.
Yeah, in a classroom or in your school. And
basically taking these concepts, we need to suggest a pedagogical method that how we will be implementing or making the student to understand.
Yeah, idea level. At idea level also, if you can tell me how you can implement it, that would also be good.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Vatsal Priyadarshi Pandey.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So, ma'am, you have, you have boiled down to the concept of AI in a very interesting manner. I just wanted to know, although I was part of the cognitive science group, and I thought that I should share one idea, and I have one question with you. The question would be, is that it's a more practical question, and we all will be facing this question as teachers.
Yeah.
But with the advent of ChatGPT, and you also mentioned that you will tell us something as to what things ChatGPT is capable of and what not. Since we all are giving assignments, we all are giving tasks, and ChatGPT's area and strength is growing day by day. So we can come up with more complicated solutions to more complicated assignments, and it is very difficult to actually tackle. So can you give us one rule of thumb while designing an assignment that can beat ChatGPT?
So, in my opinion, if you want to have that question, how you can beat ChatGPT, so you can have question like, suppose, can you give me one question so that I can tell you how you can change it?
Like, for instance, in I'm teaching personality psychology.
Priyanka will have a discussion on ChatGPT in the next after Modia presents it. Kapil Modia presents it, and then subsequently how ChatGPT is being used in higher education as suggested by UNESCO. So we are going to have a discussion on ChatGPT. in the next session or maybe after this session, and then a lot of things can be done. Dr. Sneer has really described everything, how things happen, a technical side. Now, how ChatGPT is solving some of these problems, and some of the edtech companies are doing it. We are going to discuss later, but I think there has been this question can be noted. We'll discuss it in the last session.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other query? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you can unmute yourself. Sabari Sarkar.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Ma'am, I was just going through speech recognition, that topic. Here, you have mentioned about Amazon Alexa, Apple Siri, Google Assistant, Microsoft.
Yeah.
I just came across one app which is in Hindi, which says Bolo or Likho. So it's just when we speak, it comes in written form.
Yes.
Nothing else. Then all those spellings and all will be corrected. Does it come under the speech recognition, like which the app I'm talking about? Like
Yes, ma'am. It basically comes under speech recognition because whatever you are saying, it is getting recognized by the system, and then it is getting converted into text.
Okay.
So that is how it is converting. Yeah, it is coming under speech recognition.
Just one more thing.
Also, speech processing also.
Oh, okay. Just one more thing, because we are like developing now. We were in a slow pace, but now we have really started in a little faster rate. What I feel that, as we have mentioned so many things, Amazon, Apple, Google, Microsoft, like with due respect to everyone, don't we have something Indian version which we can include here? Like we will be knowing about that, being Indians, and others will also come to know about our country or our thing which we have done. If we include like people like you. So
definitely, yeah. I will definitely research about it, and I will let you know in your email ID and others also.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Meera ma'am, you can ask your question.
Ma'am, actually it is a concern of me that we know that the coming years are the years of AI, and do we have any place in values and ethics in the particular area, because it is an international issue, and the values and ethics are different in different countries also. So while programming these AI, because not only us, it is the young generation is also coming up with using all such technologies, and as a result, we know that is there any place for these values and ethics?
Ma'am, I had a very strong discussion with a very strong and eminent person known as Professor Emmanuel Goffi. He is from France, and he is the director of the AI Ethics Institute there itself. And I concluded with him that ethics is something which we are cultured with. You would be surprised to know AI ethics became very prevalent in India, not in India, in international level in 2020 to 21 and in 22 also. But in India, I hardly saw people getting certified for AI ethics. Then I started thinking about it. Why is it happening that people are not, getting certifications, and people are not falling mad about AI ethics, but AI? So then it came to my mind that in India, people have such strong ethics that it is ingrained in them, and they don't need any certification for their ethics, but they need certification for AI. So I concluded that way. But if you think that AI ethics is something that people should be made aware of, then definitely you should get this certification, which is free of cost. I'll just share this on the screen. You can go for the certification and you can always have a mic and spread this awareness. And even I believe that there should be awareness about AI ethics and data regulations. I strongly believe.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Any other participant? If you ask any question to ma'am, you can. I think there is no one left. So thank you, ma'am, for such an enriching and informative session. Yes, AI is the need of the hour, but we should be very aware of the ethics related to the use of AI. AI has power to change our lives, but the ultimate power should be in our own hands to ensure the positive use of AI. And it can happen only when we have a clear understanding of artificial intelligence and its related tools. Thank you, ma'am. We are so grateful to you for the knowledge and information you shared with us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sharma sir, can we start our second session? So
Go ahead.
Okay, sir. So our first session was about artificial intelligence, and for the next session we have with us Mr. Kapil, who is delivering his talk on applications of artificial intelligence in higher education. Sir is a certified design thinker and coach. He has led several workshops on topics like human-centered design, design thinking, critical thinking, interpersonal skills, and go-to-market strategy. Sir has done 10 plus years of corporate experience spread over multiple functional roles in organizational strategy. Sir has also participated in various initiatives to improve education outcomes in school and has co-authored 2 books on this project. Sir has done BTech and has a 6 Sigma Green Belt. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hey, can everyone hear me loud and clear? Give me a quick thumbs up, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, and I'll turn my video on as well. And before I do that, let me just get into the presentation mode. I'm using Google Meet for after a long time. I normally use Microsoft Teams or FaceTime. So if I get stuck, please bear with me for a minute. So if I put the presentation mode on and I do the entire screen, I think I should be able to share my screen. Yeah, so share. Okay, I'll turn on my video in a minute. Let it just start presenting my screen. Okay, it has. Can everyone see my screen, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is very much visible.
Perfect. All right. So thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me here, organizers, and welcome everyone. So this will be a slightly different session, and what I would try and do is, as I always do, dumb it down, make it simple for you, make it more palatable and easy to understand for you. And we will really talk about, and as actually the topic goes, we will really talk about the application side of things. So yes, theory is important. Great, you've got a good background. Now you know some basic concepts of machine learning. You know what cognitive indexing is. Maybe you know what neural networks are. And even if you don't know, what we will try and do today is we'll take a step back and try and get into the hood. How does actually AI work in practice? Behind the computer systems, under the hood. How does it all work? How does it all come up? How are machines so intelligent? Why is ChatGPT so incredibly powerful? So we'll try and simplify this. We'll try and look at this at a very simple level. We'll try and derive some inspiration from nature so that you'll have a good time remembering the concepts. And if some of you are teachers or train the trainer programs, it might just also be easy for you to share or cascade this information. At the end of the day, whole idea is to empower you guys so that you can explain AI and the magic and maybe the wonders and as well as the dangers of AI, to everyone in a more coherent and a more easy to understand manner. That's number one. Someone did ask a question on ethics. So the good is that I have a few slides that we will be talking about ethics and why it's so important. And I think Snehal very nicely pointed out, at the end of the day, ethics is a function of values. So we'll talk about that as well briefly. We will do some use cases. We will do a bit of design thinking and very simple design thinking and just try and develop some of the AI concepts. We will also talk briefly about, how do we live? How do we as teachers, educators, live and survive in this difficult, quote unquote, difficult world of AI? I'm just kidding. It's actually very easy. AI is not going to take your job. People who know AI are coming after your jobs. So super easy, but we will try and understand at a fundamental level how all of these things work. So does that sound like a plan? Or anything else I could cover that you think would be helpful purely from an applications perspective? And I'm just giving a pause here and seeing if anyone has a question or a comment. Okay, I would take it forward. I would just assume that everyone is good with that. So let's go forward. Can you guys quickly give me a sense of what the backgrounds are? I mean, are we most of us educators? What school level, college level? Just so that I can tailor and customize this presentation a bit more for you.
So mostly are from college level, and they are
College
from
level.
different, different subjects.
Okay, I see commerce, psychology.
Yes,
Oh, that's
yes,
wonderful.
yes.
That's wonderful. Okay, so good. So what I'll do today is, as I said, I will try and simplify AI for you, understanding that many of you are actually coming from backgrounds which are non-technical or non-engineering. And by the way, I would say that that's a good news because, we are slowly moving in a world of what I call quote unquote citizen developers. So today you don't have to be a coder. You don't need to know Python. Of course, you know Python. It's an advantage. It's probably helpful to some extent. But if you don't know Python, or R or machine learning, if you don't know the languages or coding side of all of this, the world doesn't stop. There are enough tools, applications, technologies, platforms available today, which can actually still help you build all sorts of applications, all sorts of tools, all sorts of great platforms that actually can help you deliver your education outcomes in a much more efficient manner. So sky's the limit in terms of what you could do with AI. And obviously, as I'm saying, you need not have the knowledge of AI today. So with that good news, let's just get cracking. So briefly about my background, and I'm happy to leave my email address with the organizing team if you have any further questions or if you would like to stay in touch. But just very briefly, just repeating what was mentioned. So I'm a design thinking evangelist and coach. I do several workshops, mostly on human-centered design thinking, critical thinking, interpersonal skills, go-to-market strategy. I come from corporate. I've done most of my work around product development, product management, and strategy. Of course, I work as a startup enthusiast and a big supporter and a big evangelist of startups in NCR, Delhi NCR. And by the way of my educational background, I'm an engineer and I'm a Six Sigma green belt. So, I'm also very close to technology and all its wonderful, wonderful possibilities. So with that in mind, let's quickly talk about what is artificial intelligence. And I would not go to the details, or I would not take up the bookish definitions. What I will try and do today is actually try and help you develop some concepts from your awareness and understanding of the world around you, and not that bookish definition. You will find plenty of definitions on Wikipedia or all sorts of books, but today we will try and understand and define artificial intelligence in a slightly different manner. And all it needs today is a common sense. No previous knowledge required, just your common sense, and just be with me. Just stay on with this concept for the next 15-20 minutes. And I'm pretty confident you will walk away with some amazing ideas, and your mind would start working immediately. Okay, so what is artificial intelligence and why is it important? So what is AI? Simple definition, AI is creation of software that replicates human behaviors and capabilities. So human beings have an ability to think, and that's what has separated us from animals, from other species on this planet. So what artificial intelligence does, it's actually simply put a creation of software that would replicate human behaviors and capabilities. Why is AI important? I mean, you know it. Of course, you know the answer. Everyone is on the bandwagon. Everyone today, most of your students, you may or may not be aware, are already plagiarizing their essays, their write-ups from ChatGPT. Most of them are, of course, using Wikipedia. They've used Wikipedia for a long while. Most of them are actually also watching videos. Most of them are building their own softwares. Most of them are also building their own Instagram reels. And I don't know if you've checked out one of the latest features on Instagram, where you can actually generate, you've given some photographs, you've posted some photographs maybe 6 months back, and actually, using AI technology, it actually pulls a collage of those photographs and actually helps you prepare a reel. And then, the icing on the cake is that it might be able to suggest, given it knows your behaviors, it knows what the song you like, it might actually be able to also suggest the song that might go along with that reel. So that's why it's important. If you ask me why is AI important, well, simple reason. AI is just important to stay relevant. Forget about your job, forget about your livelihood, forget about your future. At the end of the day, it's just about staying relevant in today's day and age. So what are the key elements? Machine learning, anomaly detection, computer vision, natural language processing, conversational AI. I'm pretty sure this has already been covered. If not, we can, during break time or during the activity time, if anyone has any questions around that, we can talk about that, but I'll move forward for now. So machine learning. What is machine learning? Machine learning is foundation of all AI solutions. So how do machines learn? And this is where I'll keep it very simple. And this is where I'll try and sort of derive some concepts from nature that would actually help you design your own machine learning solutions. So how do machines learn? So machines start with data. Data is the new oil, as we say. So we've got all sorts of data. We've got, if I think about education sector, we've got data on colleges, schools, students. We've got data on behaviors. We've got data on maybe, if you are from the admin side of things, you will have data on their attendance. You will have data on their marks, their performance. So there's multiple humongous amount of data that you can use. And guess what? You don't have to clean the data. There are now algorithms and softwares available that would actually clean, extract, classify, and shape the data for you. So all you get, if you think about, we all been complaining that, our students want to be spoon-fed. Well, the wheel has now turned full circle. So we can allow ourselves to be spoon-fed with data which is cleaned, properly classified, properly extracted in proper shape so that we don't have to do anything. Now, once you've got data, you need to tell the software a sequence of steps so that, it could do the processing. So for example, if I was evaluating data of 5,000 students, of last 50 years, last 5 years data, 5,000 students, how much have they scored? So what I will do is I will give it some steps. Okay. First, take the data of first year first, then classify that by different years, first year, second year, third year, then classify that by different streams, then pick up a subject, in that subject, try and understand in which streams. So, for example, let's say in DU there's a subject on classical English literature. So, in classical English literature, how are English honors students doing versus simple English BA students doing, so on and so forth. So classify that data by college, by different streams, pick up a subject and try and build those relationships. So all of this means that you have to give it a sequence of steps. So once you have the data and once you have defined a sequence of steps, you have a model. So I'll give you a simple analogy to understand this. So we've all played with Legos in our childhood. So think about all those pieces, all those building blocks of Legos as your data. And then when you try and build a truck from a Lego or, when you try and build anything from that, there is a sequence of steps, right? So you'll pick up the base first, then you'll put some wheels, then you'll put the axle. So this is a sequence of steps. And then on that axle base, you will start building your vehicles, interiors, and so on and so forth. So this is a sequence of steps. Now you have got the data, you've got sequence of steps. The next one is the model. So think about model as your car or your truck that you've made out of the Lego is a good model. So that model can be replicated. So someone else who had the same Legos, but maybe of different colors, could also replicate the same model, but he need not do the trial and error from scratch, right? So if there are two small children playing, so one child could make that Lego, second child could just use that and start replicating that. So that becomes a model. So think about model. So once you've got data and algorithm, then you will have model as the next step. And out of all of that, and once you do this 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, you will have intelligence. So going back to our example on marks of students, so you'll start generating some insights and intelligence. So you'll say, okay, well, it looks like in classical English literature, BA honors students are probably doing better than BA pass. Probably doesn't come as a surprise, or maybe I'm just being judgmental. Either which ways, this is an intelligence that you could derive from that algorithm. You could also say that XYZ college, and I don't want to name a college, but XYZ college probably does better. Specific gender does better. Specific students, so let's say students from a particular country or students from a particular region are probably doing better. So all sorts of insights are available here. Now, a word of caution. This is also an ethical trap, because when you are defining your sequence of steps, when you're defining when you're making some assumptions, you will have some biases that might creep in. So someone would say that XYZ college always does better. But that's where you need to bring in that ethical component of AI that I will talk about in a minute or two. But just stay with this idea for a minute. So what has happened here is you have followed the full cycle from data, algorithms, models to intelligence. And this is how fundamentally all machine learning / AI algorithms or programs or platforms work. I want to pause here because I've covered a lot. There's a lot to unpack here. So I want to pause here and see if anyone has any questions.
Any participant, if you want to ask any question to sir? Is there any query? Anyone? Yes, please.
Go for it.
Good evening, sir. So the thing which I gather from your session is that model is a replica, whereby we do not apply intelligence. It's just that somebody has made one truck, so we are just replicating that without using the algorithm. Just copying that. It doesn't mean the same.
That's correct. So let me further simplify that. That's a very good question. Thank you for asking. So let me simplify that for you. So when we're talking about AI, when we're talking about data, we're talking about millions of data, millions of terabytes of data. And this is at a practical level, right? So we're talking about millions of terabytes of data. We're talking about algorithms or computer programs which are coded, and those codes run into thousands of lines. And then we're talking about the time and investment it takes to build these models. So essentially what happens is, if you think about all of these big companies, Microsoft's, Amazon's, and IBM's, all of these companies who offer machine learning technologies, what they do is they have a test data. So for example, they will say, just to go back to that example that we were using, they will say, okay, well, we have about 150, and I'm just making some random numbers here to explain. So we have about 150 to 200, maybe 200 colleges that offer classical English literature as a subject. All of them together, all over India, maybe we have about 10,000 students. So that's a big number. And then if we actually look at that data retrospectively, let's say last 50 years, multiply that by 50, and then think about, then we make some assumptions, we do some trial and error, then we train the model. So how do we train the model? We define some steps. Okay, look into this data, identify the marks by college, identify the marks by gender, identify the marks by region, identify the marks by background, so on and so forth. And then, make some assumptions. AI makes some assumptions. AI derives some conclusions. So AI will say, okay, well, out of these 1 lakh students for the last 50 years, I can clearly see that, 90% of people who are getting very good marks are coming from, let's say English honors stream, and not the normal English BA English scheme. Or maybe 98% of people are coming from that scheme. So the model already has been generated. And I'm explaining this at a very simple level. So, you did a sequence of steps, you pulled in some data, and you've already generated a model. So what would happen is next time when you give it some data to say, well, here are 10 colleges, 500 students. Give me some predictive analytics around how would be the performance of students across these colleges. So you could safely make a bet that, well, there is a 90% probability. And when we think about AI, we think in terms of confidence level. So I'll say, well, I'm 90% confident that someone from English honors probably would be faring much better than someone who is just doing the ordinary BA course. So we created a model and we started deriving some conclusions out of that model. All I'm saying is that once we have created the model, we don't have to do that algorithm, data input, all of those steps again and again. All we do is we have trained the model, we have got the sequential steps, we have put in the data, the model is trained, there has been some supervised learning that has happened. The model it's fit for purpose, it's good to go. And then all we have to do is just give it some data and boom, it will give you the results. So we don't have to repeat the same story all over again. Did that make sense, Preeti?
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you so very much.
Okay. Any other question? All right, let's move forward then, if there are no questions. So, let me just kind of take a slightly more theoretical perspective on this. So what is intelligence? Just trying to explain this concept in a different way now. So what is intelligence? So intelligence has all of these different components. So, being able to learn. Being able to learn a new language like English or French. Planning. So planning for your next trip, to your favorite market, mall. Problem solving. So as an example, solving problems of mathematics. And then recognizing speech and faces. So obviously you would know, let me just hide this, sorry. So, you would know that, if you've met a friend 10 years back, even whilst you will look at his or her photograph, you will be able to recognize her. So these are some of the fundamental aspects of intelligence. And all we're trying to do is, okay, these are all aspects of human intelligence. How do we replicate that using computers? And that is what would actually strengthen our conceptual understanding of how AI and ML works. So what is natural intelligence? Going back to that previous slide one more time. So as we all know, we have varying kinds and degrees of intelligence, and indeed in some animals as well. It's just not in human beings, but there are animals like dolphin, and there are animals like dogs, which are very intelligent, which can recognize, which probably have much more powerful sensory capabilities than even we have. And this is natural intelligence, because this is naturally occurring ability of our brain. And again, as I'm saying that, some animals like dolphin also have this kind of intelligence, and they can learn these tricks very quickly. So artificial and intelligence. So this was natural intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence? So we've talked about this phrase or this acronym AI, and it got popular on Modi ji's visit, our Honorable Prime Minister's US visit, in a different way. So, artificial intelligence, but also, and also America and India. So there was this famous sort of acronym that happened. But at the end of the day, for this session, it's AI means artificial and intelligence. So, artificial is something that's not natural. It's man-made or created by man. So there are natural flowers in the garden, and they are very different from the artificial plastic flowers that we use in the vase, right? Similarly, artificial intelligence is also the ability and intelligence which is created by human beings in machines, and it's not found in machines naturally. Very important concept to remember. Machine on its own will not be able to do anything unless it is provided instructions by human beings. So give a machine terabytes of data, but if you don't give it any instructions, it would not give you any results. It would not give you any output or anything intelligent. And that's why, if you go back to that slide where I was talking about data and then algorithm, what is algorithm? Algorithm is basically that sequence of steps that actually will help machine process information and give you the results. So something very important to understand, machines are zero or worthless if you don't give it instructions. And the whole engineering or the science or the whole value of machine learning and AI is being able to give those instructions in a coherent manner. So forget about coding, forget about whether you know Python or not. The fundamental concept that you need to master for machine learning and AI is programmatic thinking, or being able to give those instructions in a clear, logical, sequential, step-by-step manner. Okay? And something very important to remember here, machine on its own will not do anything. It actually works the basis of instructions provided by human beings. So artificial intelligence is a way of making computer, robot, or software think in a similar manner, in the manner an intelligent human being will think. So artificial intelligence is adding intelligence to the computer. Again, computer on its own is just a piece of hardware. Unless you give it instructions, unless you give it data, it doesn't amount to anything. So artificial intelligence is accomplished by studying how human brain thinks, how human learns, how humans decide and work while they try and solve problem, and then using the results of this study as a basis of developing intelligent softwares and systems which can help computers think in a similar manner. Something very important to remember: how are these multi-billion models and algorithms made? At the end of the day, they are just mimicking how a human brain thinks, how human beings learn, how human beings decide and work, and how human beings solve a problem. At the end of the day, they are just replicating that, and of course, replicating that at scale, replicating that faster. So I might take one entire day to pull those calculations or make a beautiful Lego truck, but computers or a robot will do that in a matter of minutes because it has already learned by observing or by ingressing the data that has been fed to it wherein it observed, what hundreds of human beings actually did when they were working naturally on it. So simple concept, but very important to remember. AI, how is AI accomplished? How does AI happen? It's a simpler replication of how we as human beings think, learn, work, try and solve problems. That's being replicated in algorithms and models. And for that, imagine, how expensive those algorithms and models are. Okay. So intelligence is the ability to learn new things. We all use our intelligence to learn subjects, understand them, solve different types of questions. Varying kind of intelligence occurs in people. As students, our teachers support and teach us, helping us learn new things and help us become more intelligent. And I'll come to you in a minute why I'm emphasizing this. Machines don't learn on their own. Of course, there is something called unsupervised learning, but at a fundamental level, most starting level algorithms or most starting level models learn when you teach them. So there is something called machine learning and there is something called machine teaching. And machine teaching is a very important skill and a very valuable skill to have. So how does this learning work? And I've actually now tried to go back to some examples from nature to actually help you understand this concept. So what is it we can learn from the animal world? So we've got 3 animals who are probably the smartest in the animal kingdom. So we've got dogs, we've got a chimpanzee or a gorilla, and then we've got dolphin. And they are intelligent. They're very intelligent. They can replicate, as you see here, some of the things that human beings do. So for example, monkeys and gorillas can be taught to eat in a plate or a spoon. Dolphins can be taught to paint. Dogs can actually, jump through these hoops of fire. So all of these things require intelligence, but at the same time, all of these things require practice. A chimpanzee or a gorilla or a dolphin or a dog would not do that in first attempt. They have to be repetitively taught this. And that's the concept we need to understand how machines learn. Right? And it's very fundamental. I mean, I didn't learn English or algebra or anything, any subject in a day, and so I was taught, and it was repetitive. And I remember from my old school days, we used to give this famous analogy: when you're drawing water from the well, there's a dent on the wall of the well. That doesn't happen in a day. That's years and years of rope and its friction against that wall that creates that dent or a hole. So likewise, human beings and animals don't learn in a second, and machines also don't learn in a second. However, that being said, why are machines so powerful and why they can do that in a matter of minutes? What has happened is they have been repetitively fed the data, the algorithms, and the results, and they have humongous processing power. So all the processing that I would do in a matter of 5 days or 6 days, machines can do that in a matter of few seconds because of their processing power. So the amount of data that's being fed into a machine and a human being is same. Human beings, because we are using our natural abilities of natural processing, would take maybe 5 days, but a machine can actually do that in 5 seconds, or maybe maybe with the advent of quantum computing, maybe in a 1 lakh of a second, or so on and so forth. It's that fast. So that's the fundamental thing we need to understand, that it's actually that learning actually comes from multiple repetitions and multiple data streams that are being processed at a humongous power. So just going back to this animal world example. So animals are trained to carry out various tasks using their natural abilities. Many times animals are trained to do activities that humans do. And in that training process, they become more intelligent and start taking advantage of natural abilities of perception. As an example, dogs become more intelligent after training, and then they can use the cops with their sensory capabilities, the power of smell. So it's important to understand that training can help improve intelligence and in human beings as well as animals, and can help them do new activities. So what is happening here is, in both animals and human beings, repeated practice helps them become more and more intelligent. Likewise, computers can be trained to become more intelligent and do new activities by repetition. So by repetitively pulling in information, data, by putting in models, algorithms, computers also start becoming intelligent. They also start doing new activities like maybe predicting a weather or maybe doing some advanced calculations, so on and so forth. And very important to remember, much like animals, computers also get better and improve with repeated practice and with more data and information. So at the end of the day, when you're putting in more data, more information, more algorithms, you're giving computers more practice. Except for the fact that I would take 5 days to accomplish all of those practices, computers would do that in a matter of seconds. So the time scale has shortened, but the amount of work or amount of processing computers are doing is actually just about the same. And that's where computers have become so powerful. When we talk about ChatGPT, essentially what ChatGPT is doing is think about the ChatGPT universe as a massive library which has all the books in the world. So let's say that there's a long 10-kilometer library, and we had that library in past, apparently in Nalanda. So there's a 10-kilometer library, millions of books. So if I were a human being, it would take me years to master all of that data, and then being able to pick out, okay, this is a book on psychology on page number 52. This is the concept that has been explained. ChatGPT, because it has advanced processing power, think about ChatGPT as that beast that actually has read all of that library books in a few seconds and now is ready to answer any question you have. So what has changed? The process remained the same. The data was the same. The algorithm or the sequence of steps was the same. But what changed was the processing power, which is infinitely more powerful than the human beings. And that's why computers have become more intelligent. So what we can learn from from animal world. So animals can be trained to do repetitive tasks like finding food and doing different things. Similarly, computers and machines can be similarly trained to execute goals and some of the instructions that you will give to them. And how does that work? So you first decide what you want AI to do. Give it a goal. So for example, weather prediction. And then you give it some raw data or inputs. Okay, last 500 years of data, rainfall data, last 500 years of temperature data. Give it some instructions to provide, do the goal. So that is where your algorithms come into play. So, last 500 years of rainfall data, make sure that you put months of June to September as monsoon months. So identify the ups and downs of rainfall during that month. Identify the months where you had winter rainfall. So you will give it some instructions to analyze that data. And then using its higher processing power, using its very strong processing capabilities, AI will help computer do some actions, or, it may be giving some predictions. It might be telling you, okay, next year, would you have a good monsoon or a bad monsoon, so on and so forth. And that's why it's infinitely very powerful. I want to pause here. There's a lot to talk about and think about here, but I want to pause here and see if anyone has a question.
Any participant?
Okay, and let me just make sure
Yes,
I check the notes as well, or the comments.
Actually, this is another concern, and also I just need to add my knowledge with regarding to that. Is that we know that the human beings are not poor as they have the intelligence to identify a thing, and they have the capacity to look after all the things, if I am not wrong. We have the senses. That means that we have the sixth sense also. why can't we invoke the sixth sense in our educational system and make or equip the coming generation to get into the knowledge of or get into the that much of why can't we equip these upcoming generation to face all these things where the machines have been doing? That is the one question or one concern, because we all know about the universities, because the Nalanda University, which is the largest and ancient university in the world, its library, sir has also told about its library, and it has taken days or months I think so. It has been, once it has been burned, it takes months to get it into destroyed. So that kind of repository of knowledge which we had, and why can't, as we all know that about Swami Vivekananda also, we might have heard about, within a second he covered all the books in big books, and likewise we have many great personalities in the Indian culture also. Can you say about how can we compare all such things? And this is another concern of me. Thank you so much.
Okay, there's lots to unpack here in your question. That's a good question. There's lots to think about and unpack and reflect for all of us. So you spoke about sixth sense. So essentially, what is sixth sense? So when we say, okay, well, I have a sixth sense that this student, and I'm not being judgmental or not being biased, but I have a sixth sense that, I've spoken to the student for 5 minutes, and I have a sixth sense that this student is going to be my topper next year. He's brilliant. Now, where does that sixth sense come from? Yeah, let's just try and think about it. So that sixth sense actually comes from experience. So you've actually met and spoken thousands of students. You have spent hours talking to students, and unconsciously imagine and think about this in a different way. So practice, yes, absolutely. So think about this in a slightly different way. Unconsciously, your mind is still inputting that information. You might not realize this, but your senses, your eyes, your ears, they are all feeding lots of information to your brain. So, you see all the faces, you see 50 faces, on a daily basis, and year after year. So there is lots and lots of data that's already being fed into that brain, and unconsciously, you start developing your own models. This is another good example of your model that you develop over a period of years. So that's your sixth sense model. I've seen a lot of professors, and I personally know a couple of my professors. They speak to you for 2 minutes, in the beginning of the year, and they would know that, is this my student? Is this going to be my rock star, or is this a student on which I'll have to work very hard? How did they get that sixth sense? Because they've spent 40 years. So multiply 40 by number of students per day into 365 years into 40, and multiply that by 60 to give you actually the amount of time they've spent with those students in minutes. So you see that there's a big data. So that data has helped develop their sixth sense. Now, what's different with machines, as I was explaining, is this time period contracts. Just because we are feeding it lots of data, we are feeding it models. So essentially, there was a model that would be developed by Chakraborty sir, and I'm talking about some of my favorite teachers here. There was a model of analyzing or thinking about students that was developed by Shinde sir. There was a model that was developed by Gupta sir. Combine all of these models, and you have about hundreds of years of experience distilled in a model, and you are then giving that model to AI. Think about how powerful it will become. The one difference is that it took 40 years for my favorite teacher, Chakraborty sir, to arrive at that sixth sense. For computers, just because they are able to process all of that data in 1/1,000,000th of a second, it will probably take 5 minutes. So that's a little bit of a color on sixth sense. Now, to answer your second question, how do we imbibe some of these capabilities? And you brought in Nalanda, so I'm assuming that you're thinking about people being able to read, people being able to write, people being able to think about things intelligently, critical thinking, and all of that. So how do we imbibe those capabilities, and how do we make our students intelligent so that they can face the AI world? Well, I would say that probably the context has changed. So in those days when we had that university, paper was probably just invented, so everything had to be documented. There were no data farms, there was no data servers. So the need of the hour at that point in time was people being able to document, people being able to write. And of course, when you write, you become better in articulation, you become better with your language, and so on and so forth. The need of the hour today is slightly different. The context has changed. Obviously, we are way beyond the paper and pen age, and now we are in the digital age. So we've got machines who are at your doorstep. Like it or not, you've got machines who can do all that stuff for you. All that admin stuff for you. So what is it you could do? You probably could use your what I called higher order intelligence capabilities or higher order thinking capabilities to solve problems using these machines. So think about and thankfully in our country there are multitudes of problems to solve. Of course, not just in our country, but in larger world as well. And there are some glamorous problems, people build companies like Zomato, Ubers, and Googles of the world, but there are not so glamorous problems as well. So think about agriculture, think about food processing, think about crores and tons of food that we waste every year. So that's a problem that we can solve. But the good news is that you don't have to be an expert in food technology. You don't have to read a book on food technology or do a course on food technology. You don't even have to be an expert on machine learning. All you need is an ability to connect the dots. All you need is a bit of a critical thinking faculty. All you need is a bit of design thinking ability, and boom, you might be able to solve that problem. So I would say, to answer your question, what we probably need in our students is probably slightly different than what was needed 100 years back, or of course, 5,000 years back or 10,000 years back, because the context has changed. The world is a different place now, and we don't have a choice but to just adjust with the new digital paradigm. Does that answer your question? And this can be more of an open-ended discussion that we can take up at the end of the call as well. But does that answer your question to some extent?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Any other query?
Okay.
Yes.
There you go. There's a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for such an informative session. This is not a query, but when you were showing the slide related to human intelligence and artificial intelligence, I was just wondering, human intelligence also includes interpersonal relationship related skills like emotional intelligence. Also, we could talk about, but that was missing. Just an observation which I
yes,
just want to share.
Yes. So very interesting question and very fascinating topic. Can emotions be replicated in machines? And it's a debate, and to be honest, we will not be able to settle that debate in today's call, and we should not even try that, because then we'll go off track. But I'll give you a very simple way to understand and maybe process this. So at the end of the day, what are emotions? Emotions are our brain neurons making some connections. So if I think about my family, there is a particular emotion. If I'm chilling out with my friends, there's a particular emotion. If I do a wonderful project, there's a particular emotion. So what are these emotions? At the end of the day, at a fundamental level, at a fundamental molecular level, or at a very fundamental level, these emotions are the connections or the connectivity between neurons. So I would not be surprised, with quantum computing, with all the humongous processing power that's that's today possible, at some point in time, computers would also start to have those emotions. Now, the way I would like to think is that they would still be a processed emotion. They would not be they would still not be a natural emotion. So just go back to that example that I was giving. There's still a difference between a natural flower and the flower in a vase, right? The artificial flower in a vase. So they may look different, or they may look similar, but they will still be different. So human beings have emotions that are those neurons and connection between neurons and so on and so forth, that probably at some point in time can be replicated in machines. Already sensory capabilities are being replicated. So think about touch. Now you have touch phones on your smartphones. You have touch on your smartphones. Was that possible 20 years back? No. So we don't know what the art of possible is, and there are a lot of known unknowns and there are a lot of unknown unknowns. So this is a realm of unknown unknown. How do you can you actually make machines emotional? I would like to believe we can. Theoretically we can, but this is still an ongoing debate.
Thank you, sir.
But I would say that a machine which has emotions probably might not be the best thing to happen to the world, because think of a machine which gets angry, and think about that machine which has that processing power, that might to do anything. Think about these machines which start having emotions of anger. I think the world would probably be a very dangerous place. Already we are facing a lot of challenges in the world because of human beings who are angry and and are dictators and so on and so forth. And think about machines who are angry and who have emotions and who start behaving like dictators. I don't think world would be a very safe place with those processing power capabilities. Anyways, moving forward, so let me just share one more time. Okay, so present, and then I present my screen. Just give me a minute. Okay, just give me a thumbs up or a shout out when you can see my screen, please. Can everyone see my screen? Yes. Yes or no, please. Can everyone see my screen?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So just to summarize this concept, this is a simple example of how fundamentally machine learning works. So we've got, and this is again just replicating the human behavior. So you've got 4 or 5 different types of flowers. You tag them. So you will tag rose as rose, you will tag sunflower as sunflower, you will tag tulip as tulip. And then what is happening is machine, when you're tagging them, machine is actually observing you. So next time when you present a rose in front of it, it will be able to say, okay, this flower is rose. So simple example to understand how machine learning works. It's a repetitive iteration. It's a repetitive iterative process. And, part of that is called supervised learning. And that's how you really develop your models and algorithms, because you repeat with all of this humongous amount of data, you repeat all of these steps a million times. And the more you repeat, the more data you have, the more accurate you will get, right? Because what you will start doing is, instead of a red rose, you will give it yellow rose, or you will give it a pink rose, but the machine would still be able to understand, just because rose is slightly bigger than tulip, it's still a rose. So machine will be able to understand, provided you give it lots and lots of data. Okay, ethics. Something for us to really reflect on today, and this is, keep in mind, there are no right or wrong answers here. This is not meant to be a prescriptive module with ethics. You should never be prescriptive. I don't know my ethical framework is correct or not, but I can give you some ideas and some difficulties and some challenges with ethics and AI. Of course, the biggest one, we are all aware, the elephant in the room, plagiarism. People just going up to ChatGPT, copying their essay or their write-up straight away from ChatGPT, and writing a glowing tribute on, let's say, Mahatma Gandhi, or writing a wonderful essay with beautiful language on cow. None of that is original, which is a 2-minute job, which actually would have taken a child years to master. So that's the biggest challenge. That's plagiarism. But beyond that, there are some other challenges and there are some other difficulties and there are some ethical dilemma as well that I want to talk about. And I'm if there are folks from psychology or if there are folks from other pieces of humanity want to know your perspective, because as I say, no one view is actually correct here. People will have different views and different ways of looking at it. So open to sort of other views, and let's make it a bit more interactive discussion because all of you would enjoy talking about it. So ethical issues. So AI in education. So AI has variety of applications. So we know about personalized learning platforms to promote students' learning, automated assessment systems, facial recognition systems to generate insights about learner behaviors. So these are some of the educational applications. Now, where are the ethical dilemmas in this? So let's think about this. So despite the potential benefits, the ethical and societal drawbacks of these systems are not considered, at least especially in Indian context. They are still not understood and considered. The ethical challenges of AI in education must be identified and introduced to teachers, parents, and students. Very important. Some of these challenges and difficulties are probably coming from a slightly Western worldview, I would say. But and part of that, of course, is probably again, some bias some bias that floats in all the literature. That talks about all of this, and that's why I said, this might not be a complete view, and I'm open to different ideas that you guys might have. So, success in AI would be the biggest event in history. Unfortunately, it might also be the last unless we learn how to avoid the risks. This was something that Stephen Fleming said. So we all are aware of wonders of AI, but we're also people are increasingly getting worried about the dangers of AI and dangers of these all-powerful machines. So AI has variety of algorithmic applications in educations. We've talked about that: personalized learning systems, automated assessment systems, and so on and so forth. Let me just walk through this slide real quick. So here are some ethical drawbacks and challenges. So the biggest challenges of integrating these algorithms in educational contexts are: number one, perpetuating existing systemic bias and discrimination, perpetuating unfairness for students from mostly disadvantaged and marginalized groups, amplifying various forms of injustice and inequality, informed consent. So for example, if I am, and this is where it's actually a bigger problem than just education. So when you are playing with your smartphone, when you're Googling, when you are actually Googling, okay, tell me something more about heart disease, or tell me something more about this disease, that disease. At the end of the day, there are cookies, there are those little tidbits of software that are learning from all of that, and they are probably being the big brother who is knowing all the information about you, all the intimate and confidential information about you without even you being aware of that. And does anyone ask you? So does your Android phone ask you? All they do is accept all cookies, and you end up accepting cookies. But does anyone educate you on the consequences of sharing this information? Unfortunately not. And it's a worldwide problem. I'm not saying this is an India problem, but informed consent. So when you actually ask for any data or information from a person that would be used for that algorithm, are you taking his buy-in, number one? But more importantly, are you informing him about the pitfalls or about the implications of providing that information? So that's something that for all of us to think about and reflect on. Privacy, data integrity. Again, your mobile phone is probably your world, but people from all sorts of places are snooping on your world. So not very reassuring. So the ethical challenges and risks posed by AI systems actually run counter to marketing efforts that presents AI to public as if AI is very objective and a value neutral tool. So you will hear this all the time. Well, computers don't have bias. Computers are never judgmental. Computers are very objective. No. If you go back to that conversation that I was we were having earlier in some of the slides, at the end of the day, the artificial intelligence is a sum function of what you feed into it, what are the steps you are telling it, and with that, some biases that are in your mind would also creep in. And when you think about the scale, humongous amounts of data that's being put in, those biases just get amplified and multiplied. I'll give you a very simple example, something that many of you would relate to. Now, we all know seat belts in cars. Yep. So there is a very fascinating article, and if you Google, when I would not name the company, it's not right for me to do that, but one of these big car companies were designing seat belts. They did the algorithm and they did some machine learning, and they carved out a beautiful design of a seat belt. But when there was testing happening, and when actually some of those cars were rolled out, people figured out that many of those seat belts were not working or in a situation where the driver was a woman. And it's a very interesting case study. You Google it, you will get it. And I don't want to name the company; it would not be right on me to do that. But it's a very interesting case study. So what happened there? I mean, at the end of the day, there were about 100 engineers who were doing these humongous algorithms. Out of those 100 engineers, probably 99 were male, and they had. They had their own biases. They thought about seat belts from the perspective of their body structure, and obviously, body structure of men and women can be different. So what happened? The output was that even with that amount of artificial intelligence, even would you like to believe that it's a gender agnostic tool, it turned out that those seat belts were not safe for women. So something to remember and something to sort of take away from this session. So in essence, algorithms reflect the values of their builders who hold positions of power. Whenever people create algorithms, they also create a set of data that represents society's historical and systemic biases, which ultimately transform into an algorithm bias. So again, going back to that conversation I was having earlier, I mean, at the end of the day, data is being put into AI by human beings. AI doesn't become intelligence by itself. It's the human beings which are making it intelligence. And we all know garbage in is garbage out. So if you put in a lot of data which already has biases, the algorithm would also have bias. So they created a set of data that reflected society's historical systemic biases, which ultimately transformed into algorithmic bias. Even though the bias is embedded into the algorithmic model with no explicit intention, again, very strong emphasis, this was not intended. That was not intended, but subconsciously, at a subconscious level, without that person or without that group of people even not realizing it, that crept in. And that's where we see various biases in different AI-based platforms. So something to be very careful about, especially because as educators, as teachers, teachers build the nation, we say, right? And you cannot be seen as being biased or discriminatory, and you cannot be seeing developing products that are inherently biased and discriminatory. So something to think about, and the way to tackle this is, really human-centered design, but that's a separate concept altogether. That's another discussion for another day. But the way to sort of remove some of those biases or preempt some of these biases to actually use human-centered design. So, with that, just a quick sort of a summary. It's also important that ethical design started to be incorporated. So human standard design, and there is something called ethical design. So ethical design started to be incorporated in more and more AI-based systems. In addition to ethical design, decentralized design thinking design techniques like design thinking, human-centered design, and keeping all stakeholders in mind can also be helpful in creating a robust framework that would help in ethical AI design. So with that, I want to pause very interesting topic, and I'm sure a lot of people, especially from humanities side, would have perspectives. So open to perspectives, thoughts, even critique. As I said, what I'm suggesting might not be the best model, or might not be the best value statement, but open to ideas, suggestions, critique, feedback, what people think about, especially this ethics and AI topic.
Thank you, Kapil. You have very effectively and very elaborately explained the things, how it works and what are the implications for its work, and ultimately you ended your lecture with the real issues which we call ethical issues. And the two questions which you answered are excellently done in terms of the emotional aspect of it and how machine works and how these have been very heavily explained by you. I must congratulate you, and you have done a very good job.
Thank you, sir.
Any other
Kapil?
participant?
Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Kapil, you have done very good job. Are you hearing me, Kapil?
Yes, I am, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, you've done a very good job. And two questions you answered were excellently explained, how machines work and how the algorithm works, how neurons works. That's the kind of thing. And the last question on emotional intelligence, it's still we are working on that. They are working on it. I think both the questions are very heavily answered. We must congratulate him, thank him. And if you like to have break, what is the Priyanka and Prachita? It is your take now.
Yes. First, I would like to thank our resource person. It was a very enriching as well as very energetic session, and there is so much of energy in your voice which shows your love and passion for your subject. And definitely a smart society needs intelligent systems which can only be achieved by applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Artificial intelligence is making contribution in everyone's life for betterment and wellness of society. So it is the need of the hour to adopt AI and machine learning. Thank you so much, Kapil sir, for sharing the knowledge and information with us. Thank you so much.
No problem. So what I will do, just because we are running out of time, and I had a couple of more topics to cover, and I could actually have done a demo as well. But what I will do is I will leave some of these links and videos with Sharma sir, or maybe Priyanka ma'am, and you could circulate them around.
Sure, sir. So there is I just want to ask, there is a movie named Megan, which is on artificial intelligence.
Yep.
And that is related to that question of emotional learning, and if you connect it with robotics or machine learning. So
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
So is that possible in real life?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, theoretically, anything is possible, because computers today, just because they have humongous processing power, they have humongous ability to ingest terabytes of data. And at the end of the day, with quantum computing, you would end up multiplying that processing power by millions and millions of terabytes per second. So theoretically, everything is possible. What you would have to do is, again, going back to what I was saying, you will have to create a model of how human beings develop that emotion. Now, obviously, that would happen with trial and error. So, if I'm not a brain expert, but, at the end of the day, how do we have emotions? It's there's some magic happens in the brain, and then certain hormone gets released, and, we feel happy about it, and so on and so forth. So that needs to be understood, number one. Of course, we don't understand the mysteries of brain just yet, but that, number one, that needs to be understood, and that needs to be replicated, at a neuron level. And then the signals, so, once neurons interact in a certain manner and all of that, there are some signals that come from our brain that makes us feel happy, sad, angry, so on and so forth. So those signals again need to be replicated, and then you have to replicate those same signals that could be understood or maybe deciphered or processed by a machine. So theoretically it's possible, but hopefully for the betterment of society at large, we are probably some years away from it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, if we have 5 minutes, I can give a quick demo if people are up for it, and of course people who want to sign off or want to take a break can sign off, but if you are up for it, I can give a quick demo and then we can round it up.
Yes, sure sir, you can.
Okay, so let me see. Okay, let me just share my screen real quick. Okay, looks like I'm presenting. Okay, so this is a language text analytics, and how does this algorithm work? So, and of course, this is a pre-built algorithm. This is not something that I have built. This is pre-built algorithm by Microsoft. But I'm just demonstrating you the power and magic of algorithm. And so essentially what it is doing is, you enter your text. So I've already entered the text. So, there's some, and this is very objective information. So Saturn is the 6th planet from the sun and 2nd largest in solar system. It is a gas giant with average radius about 9 times that of Earth. Now, what I can do is, what is the key messaging out of it? The sentiment analysis. So we talked about emotions. The other side of the story is understanding the sentiment. So is it a positive statement? Is it a negative statement? Or is it a neutral statement? So analyze it. So if I click on analysis, so what AI would do here is, it has a model, it has an algorithm, and it says that it's a very neutral statement. If I would have said Saturn is the best planet in the planet solar system, it is even better than Europe, obviously it would have been a positive statement. Or if I would have said Saturn is shani, very dangerous, I'm scared, it would probably be a negative statement. So that sentiment, and understand please, sentiment is different from emotions, but the sentiment or the tone in this language is now being understood, and AI has the ability to do that. And that's where, the ChatGPT, the large language models are also coming from. So, you give it some questions, and from the tone of your question, it will be able to decipher what would be the most appropriate answer. Now, that is not enough. If you try entity extraction, so it will also be able to extract some entities out of it. So it will say that, well, Saturn is an entity, planet is an entity, solar system is an entity. So, think about entities as nouns, some common nouns. So Saturn, planet, I don't know why sun was not there, but solar system, Jupiter, gas giant, and then, it's got that average radius 9 times. So it has identified all these entities, and the reason, the way it identifies entities is it thinks that there is an underlying dimension to it. So Saturn, as an example, is a planet. Planet are part of solar system. Again, solar system is part of space. Jupiter is again planet. So each of these words have a context or a relevance, and using that, it identifies the entity. Now, you can actually now search by that entity. So if you do the Bing search, so for example, this one, as soon as you click on this, it would actually pull up the Bing search. So Jupiter, it's a generic planet. So Jupiter is the 5th planet, and so on and so forth. So this is at a very simple level how large language models that constitute ChatGPT work. What they are doing is they are looking at your message, they are extracting the sentiment and what are the key parts of your question. Some entity extraction, so they're pulling some entities, and then when you search for those entities, they pull out the information. So this is how, at a very fundamental level, some of these algorithms actually work. Okay, and then what I can do is, and then of course, we we've all talked about, we all know the Turing natural language generation model. So ChatGPT also is generative AI. So using all of these entity extractions, sentiments, phrases, it can then answer some of the questions. So for example, I will ask a question, how was universe created? So you know, it has now started to generate an answer for that. So why this is important and interesting for you? If you are thinking that your students are using ChatGPT to plagiarize, you know, if you understand how this works at a fundamental level, you will be able to very quickly read and understand whether this is something that has been generated by ChatGPT or whether this is something that a student has written on its own. A simple sort of rule of the thumb is something that's coming from ChatGPT would have a very neutral context. It would sound like, you know, just someone has taken a dictation. It would be bereft of any emotion. It would be very neutral in context. Whereas if someone has written an essay, there will be some emotion, there will be some passion that will come into it. So, of course, you know, this is a very big topic to think about and debate. But the message I'm trying to actually share with you and trying to explain and convey via this simple demo is to understand AI at a fundamental level, and you will be then able to, you know, you will be able to then work. You will be able to work with the students or folks who are gaming the system by, you know, copying stuff from ChatGPT. You'll be able to avoid getting into those situations. So understand this at a conceptual level, and hopefully this will help you, you know, in your day jobs a lot more than what it does right now. Okay, with that, thank you for your time. Over to the organizing team. Any questions? Happy to answer.
Any participant?
All right. Well, what I'll do is I will leave my email and some links and some resources with the organizing team. Feel free to get in touch with them. And yeah, any questions or anything you need from me, let me know. There is another topic. I mean, the next steps, if you want to explore this topic further, the next step is how do you actually design a ML engine or a AI engine, and how actually you could do that without writing a code. But that's like a one-day workshop. So we probably would not be able to cover that in that session, but I can send some resources and I can send some additional reading materials that you could read and, you know, get smart on this topic.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Thank you. All right. So, do we take, you know, a break of 2 minutes, or do we start immediately? Okay. All right. Sir? Sir, is this all right? The participants, they're actually asking for a 2 minutes break, and actually we have 3 minutes to go till 5:30. So can we start, rejoin again at 5:30?
You should take a break for 5 to 7 minutes or even 10 minutes. They had heavy 2 sessions. First session was Moge and second session was Kapil Murdia. There are 2 really heavy sessions. They should take a break. And I know Radhika and many people have asked for the break. You should give them break for 5 to 7 minutes minimum.
Sir, we will join. Abhi exactly it's 5:28. So we will join exactly at 5:35. Is that all right with you, sir? If that is okay with you, sir? 5:35. Right now it's 5:28.
5:35. Okay.
5:35. Exactly at 5:35 we will join. Thank you, sir, so much. I will introduce you then
Thank
formally once again. Thank you, sir.
That's good.
Thank you.
Good.
All right, participants, please join back exactly at 5:35. Please don't log out. Stay logged in.
Hello, everyone. I hope all of you have joined back. Okay, thanks, Nidhi, for confirming. So I think we should start. It's 5:35 exactly. So once again, I welcome you, Professor G.D. Sharma from NIPA, and Namaste, sir, today. Namaste. And I will once again introduce you today. Professor G.D. Sharma, he has been a senior fellow and head, Higher Education Unit, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, which is shortly called NIPA, that is the acronym. And he has joined as the new director for the Consortium for Educational Communication, which is CEC, New Delhi, for a period of 5 years. He has been a distinguished economist, and he has also served as the secretary of the University Grants Commission. Earlier, he has served as director IIE Pune and as a consultant of UNESCO, UNDP, and IIEP Paris. He has also worked in various capacities in the Department of Economics in University of Mumbai and Association of Indian Universities, New Delhi. He has published extensively on various aspects of higher education. He has been member, convener of several committees of UGC and Government of India. And as you can see, sir has already presented the previous day, and we have already witnessed his extensive knowledge on the topic which he covered that day. And today, Professor G.D. Sharma is going to speak on the topic UNESCO Guide for Use of ChatGPT 3.5 in Higher Education. Sir, over to you.
Thank you so much. Ruchita, I would like participants to raise questions. Before that, I'd like to mention that Moge talked about how modeling is being done, how modeling to be done. That's a very practical aspect of it. He is working on AI in that sense. It's not really that kind of AI, but a kind of modeling of certain things which we used to do with a lot of regression analysis, etc. No machine would be able to do that. And how it works, that's Moge was talking. How machine works, Kapil has talked about it, and he has given large examples of this. Now, things we are talking is of a large language modeling, which is a major revolution in the field of technology. Before that, I speak about this large language modeling, which is called the OpenAI large language modeling. I would like to ask the participant, how many of you have been able to use ChatGPT?
Participants, please respond to sir's question. He is asking you how many of you have used ChatGPT.
Yes, quite a few, a good number of people. How many of you have been reading about the news which comes on ChatGPT, particularly the interview being given by the founder of OpenAI and ChatGPT, and concern expressed by the world leaders? About 100 technology world leaders have expressed the concern. How many of you have been access to that kind of information? No, concerns expressed by the, I read about the concerns expressed by the almost 100 technology experts in the world about the ChatGPT and ChatGPT 4, 5, and Santel was telling that we have planned to go up to ChatGPT 10, and people are saying, you stop it here now, you should not go beyond. So how many of you have been access to that information? No? Not many? I would suggest yes, one, you have, no. Okay, no problem. Only I would suggest that you should look into some of the newspaper and interviews given by the CEO of ChatGPT, OpenAI, ChatGPT, and fear expressed by many of the technology experts how things are going to completely revolutionized. So far, you were discussing and doing the work with the computer and data and machine. and there was nothing, no modeling was done about large language modeling, which is called ChatGPT. How many of you use anyone have used the what you call roam around? No one? I would suggest these are simple things which you should be using, and I'll talk about yes, no. Oh, yes,
No,
sir.
sir, but
Satya, tell us. Satya, tell us how you use the roam around. Satya said that yes, she has used.
Sir, in yesterday's session, RC Sharma sir gave a demonstration about
Gave it about the
Yes,
AR,
roam around.
isn't it? Did you use on your own?
No, sir.
No. Go back and put on a computer a roam around and ask the computer that I want to go to Simla, or you want to go to Kashmir, or you want to go to UK, and for 3 days from this date to that date, you tell me what I do. And ChatGPT will churn out a one-page note on this place is this like this, you can visit this place on this date, you can go to this place, you can go to the one-page printout will be given, and will say you can print it out. So this is where the large language modeling works. How this large language modeling works, that there are thousands and thousands of people who have worked on the travel agent, let me put it. They have been asked the question that which is the place, how I visit, etc. These data are already on the computer. These data are already this thing. And this large language modeling, this is a revolution. That's why I've said that, and that here also people are actually. This large language modeling is a kind of a concept which collects all the information, processes, and churn out with a minute in a fraction of a minute, or maybe 10 seconds or 5 seconds. I asked one question on that roam around, that I am going to Jodhpur for 3 days. Kindly let me know. I wanted to test it. Let me know what is my itinerary. It worked out exactly, identifying the places, locations, etc., and also taken the date and timing and all these things. And I say, it means you have taken away the job of the persons who are sitting on the table of the travel agent. So this is the large language modeling revolution which is taking place in the world. What is this large language modeling revolution? Earlier we were doing the data analysis, which were difficult for computer and high-end computers and etc. Then we did the word, the processing, image processing, and all these things were done. But nobody could write a sentence. No machine could write a sentence. That was a limitation. And that limitation is being overcome by this large language modeling. OpenAI large language modeling. This is what it's called. And ChatGPT is the 3rd version, created a lot of news in the world. Why this is ChatGPT 3.5 created a lot of news in the world? Because many people, particularly universities in USA, the government in Italy, they banned the ChatGPT to be used by the students and faculty and etc. because they fear that this thing would be. And in USA, the universities started saying that we will not accept any assignment given by the student based on the ChatGPT preparation. So this has been a reaction, response to this new revolution of large language modeling, which collects the information, and you write about your university immediately. Whatever data is available for of your university, that is processed, and one sentence or one page printout of a page write-up would be made available to you. So earlier this was not possible. Earlier only you could see the information which is given in your web page, which is given somewhere in your some kind of write-up. Processing of 10 or 15 or 20, 100,000 things of data, and then making out a statement in 1 or 2 pages or something there. And now people ask that I would like to prepare a paper on climate response, and the student asks the climate response situation. A write-up. I need a write upon this, and he puts it like climate response situation in particular there, and ChatGPT will churn out a lot of information and make this there. That has created a lot of kind of a reaction, positive as well as negative reaction. When the positive and negative reaction, there was an important point with the UNESCO that since this technology has already come, that's being used by many people, that's likely to be used by many people. There are very positive aspects of it, there are also negative aspects of it. And we should try to look into the positive and negative aspects of this. And therefore, the UNESCO came out with a kind of a guideline with regard to positive and negative aspect of it. Therefore, I asked you the question that what kind of access you had, Manor? What kind of access you had on this aspect? I'm trying to present this slide, Manor. Are you able to see this?
No, sir, not yet.
You are able to see this? No?
No, sir, not yet.
I have tried to put this this PowerPoint presentation for you. This slide is visible to you?
No, sir.
Sir,
not yet.
no. Sorry.
No,
first of all, open. Keep your PPT open. After that, click on the screen share.
Shares.
That upper arrow.
Okay.
select-
आप करिए देखें.
And select entire screen.
Okay. So
And then it will open a box. It will open a box. Click on that and then click on share button.
You mean you are suggesting me that first I click on your PPT, my PPT?
Keep the PPT open, and after that, in the Google Meet, click on that arrow.
No, I
which is
think I would suggest you that if you could make it possible. Otherwise, I'll talk only. Is it possible, Sharmaji?
Okay, otherwise, Parchita, because I was writing something, we can send it.
Yes, sir.
Parchita
Sir,
will
if you
know
can
that.
send it to me, I can do it. If you can send it to me, I can do it from my end.
Okay.
उधर कोई लड़का है क्या आपके पास? कौन है उधर?
Huh?
आपके पास कोई है क्या उधर?
The Monty was there just now. I'll check up. Monty, Rajan.
Participants, kindly wait.
ओके मोहन, ये जो हाथ का आइकन है, इसके लेफ्ट में एक अपर एरो वाला आइकन है, उसको क्लिक करो. उसके बाद वो आपसे पूछेगा एंटायर स्क्रीन को सिलेक्ट करना है, और फिर एक छोटा बॉक्स बनेगा, उसके अंदर वो विंडो दिखाई देगी, उसको सिंगल क्लिक करके शेयर बटन को क्लिक करना है.
उनका नहीं, this is to be shown along with this thing, along with the presentation. Share, huh?
Yes, sir. Now we can see.
Your presentation on your screen.
Now open the PPT, just leave it as such, and just open the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Okay. And press F5.
No, where
ठीक है सर, चलेगा. आप उसको 2, 3, 4 लेफ्ट में उसको क्लिक करते रहिएगा.
No, am I audible now?
You are audible. We can see you.
Okay. I may not be visible, but I'm audible.
Yes.
We can see you. You won't be able to see us.
Okay. No, what I was trying to suggest is that this problem came up, and then UNESCO wanted that this OpenAI software of large language modeling is very important. It has come in the field and everybody is using it, and there is also positive and negative aspect of it. Therefore, some kind of discussion should take place, and particularly on ChatGPT 3.5, they started working on it, and they said how it can be considered. So what we'll try to look into that this ChatGPT is able to do certain things, certain functions which are useful for higher education, and that is where I thought I'll try to share with you some of the aspects. One is the aspect which UNESCO considered was the teaching learning process, and the teaching learning process ability to generate and access the information. ChatGPT can play a range of roles, teaching and learning process together with other forms of AI. Now, other forms of AI are also there. So ChatGPT large language modeling does this work with the other forms of AI, which was discussed by Professor Sharma and Maudia and Modi and other people. And this could improve the process and experience of learning by students. That's why they say that it has that positive aspect, and we could try to look into the positive aspect of this software. Another aspect is it can be used for standalone tool, and it can be integrated with the other systems and platforms used by higher education, and particularly can perform many simple and technical tasks like basic research, calculation, proofing. Earlier it was now one of the small, it's not very big software, but there is software what called proofing can be done with the software. You put your paper which you prepared and upload it, and then you run through the proofing, and basic grammatical errors, etc., can be also taken care of. That was the basic things which it could work. And long back it has been working Grammarly, which Dr. R. Sharma used to tell long back, about 5 or 10 years back. Now, ChatGPT could be incorporated and used in augmenting teaching and learning, which you must have seen yesterday when they demonstrated about the augmented reality and virtual reality, etc., which can help in terms of augmenting the teaching and learning. And therefore, UNESCO thought that this is the area where the ChatGPT can be used for this purpose. Another aspect is the research can be considered. And research, in fact, the research has been one of the major aspects of it. And you might have just heard that lot of data information has to be processed, and this processing used to take a long time, and it can be now done in a fraction. Just like I gave you an example of a roam around, or example of several others. So there are about 25 companies which are called EdTech companies, which are working on various aspects of it. But that is an area. But research can be also done through the ChatGPT software, and it has been tried out for the process of relating the research, such as completing the technical part of the research grant and applications, etc., and communication plans, etc. How are you going to communicate your research study and other things? It can also generate the entire academic journal article. This has been done by many people, and therefore the questions have been raised that can the ChatGPT generated article could be accepted as a article written by, or ChatGPT article can be accepted. This has opened the ethical debate on the subject whether a non-human author can be considered as a contributor. This debate is going on in the world, and here also in India, that can the article generated by the ChatGPT on any I asked you just like on environment and etc., with collecting data from several sources which are internationally and nationally available, and then you are preparing an article on climate change and climate preservation, and that article is sent for publication in the journal, whether that article could be accepted or not, or who holds the responsibility for that article. No consensus has been arrived at yet. The people are doing it, but consensus has not been arrived on this aspect. Then some publishers have argued that it cannot be responsibility of role descriptions, etc. So there's a challenge is there whether it should be accepted or not. But software capability of doing is a major aspect. Whether earlier software was not able to do this kind of thing, they were not able to generate the paper, they were not able to do many things, but this software is capable of doing it. Though there is a debate, there is discussion, and there is also ethical questions about it. So that is where the challenges come. Next is the alternative ways of expressing the ideas. Students would write queries. Suppose you have certain queries and you can ask the ChatGPT that this, can you express it in differently? Just like you found that some of the expression was done by Kapil on certain aspects. A similar student might ask that these are the views I have and can I express it differently? Query and use the regenerative response function to examine the alternative response. Whether the alternative response given by me is correct or not, the student can see it and the student can respond to improve upon its presentation part. Then there are certain software, about 10 or 15, the software which must have been discussed by Dr. R.C. Sharma, but some of the softwares are directly being used for the purpose of augmented augment the students and enter prompt into the ChatGPT following the structures and conversation and debate that can take place, which is called Socratic component. And teachers can ask students to use ChatGPT to prepare a discussion. That for the purpose, it's a very positive aspect of you prepare a discussion and then let's come for a discussion purpose. So this discussion is prepared on the basis of data already available in the various forms, whether you say in the computers or the scene. They collect it from this, prepare a discussion, they put it a positive point, they put a negative point, and discussion paper is prepared, and then discussion starts on this kind of thing. So that's where you find this software, which is ChatGPT, OpenAI, large language modeling, is bringing about the change, which was not possible earlier. It was doing little bit of it, but now it is collaborative coach. It can be a collaboration can be done between the problems to solve the problems together, working in a group. Now the group work was being given to the people that student can work in group and they try to solve the problem. Student can use ChatGPT to find out information to complete the tasks and assignments. As I said, assignments, etc. They can do. But then one has to really assess it and find out whether it's true or not, whether it's correct or not. That question I'll come little later. AI acts as a guide to navigate the physical and conceptual spaces. The guide to side of that kind. Teachers use ChatGPT to generate content in classes, courses, and discussion questions and advice on how to support students in learning specific concepts. So that's a kind of a positive aspect of using the ChatGPT in this way, and that could be considered. There is also personal tutor. There are several softwares. Dr. R.C. Sharma might have shared with you. There are several software which enables, and many of the tech companies have come up in this area and try to share with you how it can be used. This personal tutor kind of a software which UNESCO has looked into and suggested that could be used as tutor each student and gives the immediate feedback on the progress. ChatGPT provides personalized feedback to the students based on information provided by the students and teachers. Let me share with you, this kind of work was being done not in this form, but ChatGPT is being done. One of our friends in MIT, Dr. Sonwalkar, about 10 or 15 years back when I was in CEC, he had developed a software wherein the data or information would flow on the computer as the students learn. Styles of student learning that worked as a personal tutor. He worked out the 5 types of styles in which students work, and when a particular person will go to computer and ask questions, then it will assess that what kind of style students have, and data and information will flow in the same manner. That was not in a personal tutor kind, but the information was flowing as per the need of the students and as per the styles of learning of the student. So this personalized tutor is much more advanced, and AI, particularly with regard to large language modeling, this has been completely changed. Which earlier process was data flowing, but it is in a kind of a written form. You get a particular text material which can be discussed, which can be read, and which can be explained. Then there is a co-designer. You can work as a designing a certain thing. Teacher can ask ChatGPT ideas about designing and updating the curriculum, which is because one would say that teacher was already updating the curriculum, but here you get the data of several subject, a particular subject or several subjects, and where you have the base of how curriculum has been developed in MIT, how a curriculum on a particular theme or subject has been developed in many other countries, and then work out in physics, chemistry, biology, any other subject, or interdisciplinary oriented approach. And through curriculum development, it helps, and an assessment rubric that can also be done. Focus on specific goals like how to make the curriculum more accessible to the people. That's also the issue. So you find that we 10 or 15 people used to in a group of people, they used to develop the curriculum, other person used to look, moderator used to look into, and then discussion used to take place, and etc. That process was there. Now that process is at a level is brought, and then one can try to develop it much more better in manner and machine that this particular software helps you in doing it. Then exploratory, what we call that you can explore. Last time we had a meeting on exploring the AI, and the exploring part is a very important aspect of it. Interpret data, teachers provide basic information to students who write different queries on ChatGPT to find the more answers. So that kind of exploration can also be done, but it is facilitating the job of teachers. Let me tell you, it is facilitating, helping the teachers to do a little advanced level of work in every area, whether designing the curriculum or designing, helping the student to do the personal tutoring or other things. That is a kind of good assistance in terms of it, which a teacher normally used to do by talking, by writing, by explaining. That kind of work is being done. Now, advanced level of work is expected to be done by the teachers in this area. Then you would find there are other areas where the study buddy, some software have come, and some companies have also come up with the software which are the students can reflect on learning material, students explain their current level of understanding. A ChatGPT can ask ways to help them study the material. So that is what I talked about phonological thing, but this is much advanced level, that it can ask help the student to study material in a much more effective manner. This is called the software or study buddy, which UNESCO has really helped worked out and say it can be used. Could be used for help the student to prepare other tasks like job interviews, etc. You say that I'm going for interview in a particular profession, and kindly give me tips about it. Give me the ChatGPT will turn out the several tips in both in terms of the text as well as if there are videos are available, it will suggest the videos, and that could be helpful to the student. Now, many of the companies have already started, and some of the edtech companies have already taken up job to prepare the student for various job preparation or shifting the job from one level to another. And these edtech companies are working on this, and they are providing this help to the student. And there are large number of students are enrolled for this kind of activity. Then the motivator, which UNESCO has really accepted it, that it can work as a motivator for challenges of extended learning. Teachers and students can ask ChatGPT ideas about how to extend the students' learning after providing summary of the current level of knowledge. Now, quiz is an exercise which we have been developing to ask the student. This can be, AI can help you motivate as a motivator for this kind of activity. Now, coming to the issue of dynamic assessor, it can also this 3.5 the AI provides the educator with the profile of each student's current knowledge. You know, we had just a kind of glimpse of student when we were talking. This might be having this dynamic assessor can assess every student. It could be individual student based, and that can provide the student's current knowledge level, and then you start after that level, and then you start discussing on this. This is where the dynamic assessment works. Students interact with GPT on tutorial type, as I said, dialogue, and then ask GPT to provide summary of their current state of knowledge. If some student talk about, they debate and discuss, and then ask the GPT their current student knowledge, they share with other teachers and assessment that's possible. So this is a revolution in terms of doing things which we teachers used to do, and then teachers used to explain to group. Now here it is possible, and then teachers' role becomes much advanced in terms of when they place it. This is exactly reducing the drudgery job of doing the same thing several times, and then you do it at an advanced level of thing. So that is kind of student interaction can take place, and that would be there. The challenge is what AI faces. He is also asked that Kapil Maudia has asked about challenges, etc. UNESCO also considered the challenges which are very important and ethical implications of this. The impact of ChatGPT on higher education has been immediate and divisive. I particularly use the word divisive. Although its applications on higher education are extensive, and many universities have banned it. As in the beginning I said that some of the universities banned it over a fear of student and plagiarism. Several countries have blocked it, ChatGPT. In fact, as I said, that Italy was the country which in fact blocked it. There are certain concerns arises out of it. One concern, the academic integrity. You can use the ChatGPT material and then place it your write-up and your content is considered excellent, and because that has been gathered from several, as Kapil said, from several sources and put it together in fine language, they come out with the write-up, and that write-up can be a part of a article, it can be a write-up, a discussion note, it can be anything, and that becomes questions the academic integrity, whether this has been written by a person or not, and that's it. It also has a concern over the lack of regulation. Some of the participants had asked the other day, what are the problems of lack of regulations on the subject, and that lack of regulation is an issue which will. And privacy concerns are also there. Privacy concerns are existing presently also in the data which are being collected through various methods. That you could say that the health data, you can reflect to various kinds of personal data altogether. So this privacy concern is there, and that and it is at advanced level. Earlier data was flowing and information was flowing. Now here analysis flows about if I ask the credit, what were the earlier for finding out the credit ability of person, or what we call is the credit worthiness of people. There, in a lot of people used to work on the back offices and working on the individuals for how many years has taken the loan, how he is paid, and his credit worthiness. And this credit worthiness can be found in a fraction of minutes. That kind of issue comes up. Italy has banned this first country to block ChatGPT due to privacy-related concern, and that is where the challenge is there. Cognitive bias. This morning, Moody also says cognitive bias can be the way the neural network works. The person who developed there's the data on this neural network, which is free from any kind of death, but that can be biased also. It can maybe ethical principles cannot distinguish between right and wrong, because this is a machine. This is a method here, the right and wrong cannot be distinguished. So true and false can also be. So this is a really cognitive bias. Cognitive bias takes place in this process. It also takes place in the process in terms of what kind of software is being prepared and how it's being prepared. That also works on this. So this is a kind of challenge, concern which you will find. There is also concern about the gender diversity concern. Moody spoke about the out of thousands of the engineers who are working on the neural network, preparing the program, they were male, so they could not consider the aspect of women, and therefore this issue comes of diversity and other aspects. ChatGPT, not all forms of AI cannot be unique from the. That is where the discrimination are not unique. So this discrimination are there, and they are not, as he rightly said, that they are not. Another is accessibility. This is another issue which is very important. There are two main concerns about the accessibility of of ChatGPT. The first is lack of availability of the tools in some countries due to government regulations, censorship, and other restrictions on the internet. The internet is the source through which it works. Nothing is a medium. Internet is medium through even the data processes, language processes, they are made available to the people. So if internet is banned, nothing can be done. So certain regulations, certain censorship can be applied. And if I say that censorship is applied on ChatGPT, churning out some information, processed information about the 10 years political opinion expressed by several other people, and put up a note on this, then it might create a problem for this, so that the censorship could be also. The restrictions are internet is closed, and then if internet is closed, nothing reaches to the people. That's the another aspect of commercialization. These are the concerns shown by the UNESCO on this commercialization of ZPA. And if you really look into the edtech companies today prevailing, they are not yet reached to that level. That means they are still at the pre-ChatGPT level, and that's why they are also fearing about the ChatGPT. There are many of the companies, edtech companies, which you will see either in USA about 25 edtech companies are working, about 10 or 50 edtech companies which you might be seeing in India, they are working about it. But they are, and there are a lot of commercialization taking place. But ChatGPT might as well create a major disruptive processes with this. And a private company, what the company will be placed to maintain the free version of ChatGPT. It has launched the subscription of the thing, so that some of this ChatGPT, using ChatGPT may be costly also. And if it is costly, then some people will be able to use, other people may. Now Google is free, so everybody is using Google. But if once it is other thing. So keeping all these things, all these issues, UNESCO made certain recommendations, and that recommendations are being suggested that you should try to work it out. How you will like to work it out. These are the aspects they considered. The first is that set out a policy of recommendations in certain areas. Certain areas they made it. The system-wide vision and strategic priorities. You must try to come out with a policy of what is the system-wide vision as education institutions, how much of it you are going to use, and how to the what extent you are going to use, and beyond that you are not going to use. That's overarching principle. AI is education policies. For policies have to really, we have drawn policies, but I don't think we have considered now. We have to draw the policy on implications of use of AI in education processes. That has to be, a policy paper has to be prepared, and that should be shared with the student. Interdisciplinary planning and intersectoral governance, also that question comes up about it. It is not only education, but education related aspect will also be there. Policies and regulations for equitable. This is a very important aspect of policy in terms of whether it is equitable, it is inclusive, it is ethical. AI, these are the issues which have to be offered as a part of regulation, as a part of policy, and not restricting it too much of it. Master plans for using AI in education management, teaching, learning, and assessment, that has to be really worked out, and then it is shared with the education institutions in a big way, that this is how one can work. Pilot testing, monitoring, and evaluation, and working on evidence base, that has to be also developed. And the last question is that fostering the local AI innovations for education. We have not yet started. Certain innovations are started on this aspect. We have not yet started innovations on AI innovations in education. These are the few recommendations which are being suggested by UNESCO, and they are working. This is only up to AI 3.5, and if you go to AI fourth generation and fifth generation, which is causing a danger signal to the many of the people, and it's a very disruptive system which is causing. Why they are coming? Earlier this fear was not there. Now if I can write a complete note on a particular, let me say I write a particular note on the basis of events, etc., for last 40 or 50 years in about a political person. and then all data are being processed which was not known, and note is plus on this. Or it could be very dangerous because you can fake many things, which is also there. There is one book which I referred to long back in first session, that there is a book called AI in 2041, which also sounds like AI, and that says that faking is going to be a real challenge, and the wrong information is going to be very challenging. And since AI is, as like many of the technology which are neutral, they can be positive, negative, but in other cases it was possible to restrict it, use it, and regulate it. That was impossible. Now, if I talk of a nuclear thing, there is a possibility of regulation, there is a possibility of using it and other thing, or any other technology which we are in. But this kind of open system which this AI has, this kind of revolution which is again language modeling and even assessing, there is a one chapter in that particular book about the streaming, and that streaming makes you to takes data from your sources and tells you exactly what you are, and they also predict your behavior by studying several others. So this is where the challenges come. Challenges come in terms of which was not there. Restriction was possible. Now only restriction is on the regulating internet. Then you block everything. You are not able to see selectively. In the case of nuclear energy, you can take the selectively for only using the generating the electricity, generating the power, etc. And then you don't use it, regulatory machine, national, international level regulatory machines, etc. But in this case, there is a fear has been expressed by many of the technology experts that it might be very damaging this way, and not that most of the processes which are being done through the computers now, most of the processes which are done by you might undergo, most of the business will undergo a major change in this. That is where the fear has been. Fear is not because of that it might give the wrong information. That is fear is also the processes are lying to them. Just many processes will change when the computers came, high-end computers came, etc. But this is large language modeling processes are going, even taking the emotional aspect of which question was posed, and ability to process and make it available, and the neural network works on how brain works on this. There have been some of the video showing that how it works and how it's going to be influenced. Some of the people might be, which is at a very low level. What you say, Instagram and all those things are at a very low level of this. It is very high end level of this thing. And if quantum computing comes on in a way which may take 5 or 10 years now, the processing of trillions and trillions of data or in language, the text, etc. You might have heard that some of the judgments were given, and about lakhs and lakhs of the text was gone through. This was gone through the AI, and the text, the summary was made available to the judges, and judges could. It was lakhs and lakhs of paper. So that's where the change has come. Earlier, this was not possible. Data was there, data projection was there, modeling could be done. This large language modeling is a major technology revolution, and it has going to affect the education processes much more than many other processes, because it will feed into education would be required to deal with this, and it deals with it feeds into various other sectors of economy and society. Therefore, this challenge is there. I think I'll stop here and ask you to questions on the subject.
Participants, you can either post your query on the chat box or you can ask Sir directly.
And if Dr. Sharma would like to add, I would invite him to add something.
Sir, I think...
Okay, ask questions. Please feel free to ask questions.
Yes, they can ask questions. Actually, for using ChatGPT, the most important thing is to have a proper kind of prompt, because the instruction which is given to the system is more important. So it has to be detailed, and the good practice is that suppose you want to create a lesson plan on pollution. So it is always a good idea that you start with your prompt, and in fact it has given rise to a new kind of career opportunity for industry, which is called as prompt engineering. PROMPT, prompt. Whatever the command we type, in normal terms, it is called as prompt in generative AI applications. So we can tell it that please act as an expert on environment. I want to create a lesson plan on environmental pollution. So for my students, they are undergraduate students, and they have basic knowledge of environment, but not advanced knowledge. So please prepare a lesson plan for me on environmental pollution, like that. So there are few things. One, we need to tell the software that what kind of expertise is expected from you. It means that the various parameters on which that software has been trained, it will start orienting itself in that direction. And then we need to tell that who is our audience, what they do want, what is expected of them, and something. The more we make it clear to the software, the better it will work with them. So this is how the system works. Is it a prerequisite to learn the algorithm? No, not at all. In fact, that's why the ChatGPT has been created. Means even if you tell ChatGPT that please write a code for me for creating a mobile app for say food ordering system, it can write a code for you. You don't need to write any code or understand any algorithm. You just need to be, I think in one of these sessions, either yesterday or day before yesterday, mention came that we should be having that skill of asking right kind of questions. So here you need to have that skill of telling the right kind of instructions to the software. If you can do that very well, your results will be good. If it is simple, if the software is confused, it cannot make a good decision on what is expected of it, the result will be normal. Like one of my friends, he told me once that he wanted to write a book for children on children's story. So he gave the command. So the ChatGPT wrote some stories, but they were just ineffective stories. Means nothing special about them. And then at that time I was telling him that you need those skills. Like in digital era, we call them digital skills, digital citizenship. Similarly here, these are the skills for writing good prompts. So you have to be expert on telling that completely. Means the more you tell, the more system will understand what you want to do. Here, the more is less.
Basically, all these softwares are working on their own. Only how you want to use it, that is to be very clear to you. You are not going to write a code. This code will explain to you the system, how it works, just to at the back of it what happens. Now this software, which are if you look into some of the software, they are already available. You just, as he rightly puts it, that write your questions and write your question specifically and precisely, then precise answers will come. That you don't have to worry about what is the code one. So it is your question should be a simple question written in a text form. That is good enough for getting the answers of the question. That is what is called prompt. Prompt is nothing but you are writing a question. Sabri Sarkar has raised a question. Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Sir, this ChatGPT, I think for some of us it is new. For some, they are already using maybe. But
Yeah.
it's very helpful. That's what I understand. But to leave the student to explore. And as you have mentioned, in few countries, some of the universities have blocked it. So maybe there is some risk. So to leave our student to explore more for future, is it safe for us or is it good for us? I was a bit confused, sir. Like,
let me share with you, or Dr. Sharma can also better. But this is a kind of a experiment which you are doing. The student can use, they can learn more, and then you don't have to necessarily block it. When you try say not to use it, it was a kind of fear expressed because people would completely prepare a paper and put it, and then now the next question comes up. Whether it is improving the learning of the students, whether it's improving the understanding of the student, and you have to discern it here. Even if you ask them to block it, you don't use it, they will use it. So you be ready for that kind of a situation where if that ChatGPT is available, only one kind of assignment they do it, it comes before you. You have to see whether it has been done by the student by understanding and doing it, or just prepare the ChatGPT based paper and place before you. But if it helps in terms of developing the question, learning better, then one should. Even if you know policy, this is that's what the UNESCO came out with the idea. There are certain aspects which you should try to promote it. They should encourage it. But you should have a clear policy on this aspect. That is where there, and then role of the teacher would undergo a major change in terms of not only seeing the kind of ability which they have, it is a different kind of abilities which you have to be seeing in them, not responding as earlier that you read it and reproduce it, nothing of that kind, it will be changed. So you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. Use it selectively or intelligently. Again, I would say it. So long it helps the student to learn better. So long it helps to prepare the assignment better. So long it helps you to get the things in a proper way of a particular subject, getting information all over the world and do it. I think that's a very helpful one. But at the same time, too much of accepting. Now, when the matter comes to you, sometimes it happens, it is very fake. I say that when you ask them to prepare a note, and you will find that many of the mistakes, many of the things are not correct. And that is the role of teachers, that these things are not correct, because you know it many ways. So that's it. Dr. Sharma, you were saying something?
Yeah, there are two things. If you have read, I don't know how many of you, because some of you are not in Delhi, but in the Times of India newspaper for today, there are two interesting things. There is one cartoon which is on the technology page, because I think today is Wednesday and it is a technology special. So on which it is written, there is it is a scene of office in which there is one person is sitting this side of table, another that side of table, and the caption says that, "Don't worry, ChatGPT is not going to take your job because no one knows what you do." No one knows what you do. So that means that if we can automate something, if there is any task which can be automated, you consider it that the computers or the machines, they are going to take that job. That job is going to disappear. But there is another interesting news in the newspaper. Newark is the city in the United States where they have officially accepted ChatGPT as a co-teacher. If you go into the newspaper today, you will find it. Newark, N-E-W-A-R-K, which is one of a big, I think those of you who have gone to John F. Kennedy Airport, then the next from India, most of the flights, they land at Newark Airport. So that city in that. They have considered that let us use it as because we can't go away from there. So and that is the answer. And yes, the Radhika ji.
There is one question that
not only that. The answer has been given. So the Radhika ji has given.
No, there are two questions. One question was that is there any software which will find out whether the article generated by ChatGPT is right or wrong. So it's another way of looking ballistic missile, anti-ballistic missile, that kind of a thing. What basically, it is still at the level of development, and whether what has been done, that is the role now, it is left to the teacher. That's the role where the teacher says because of the several things. and it is not up to the level or mark which it has been generated. But I don't know whether any software has been developed which will test the whether the write-up done by the ChatGPT is correct or not.
Sir, there is a question from Dr. Anita Malhotra. She is asking, is any regulation on ChatGPT in pipeline?
Right now, there is nothing, but people are discussing on this subject. The regulation would be, as I said, recommendations have been made by UNESCO that these are the areas where the ChatGPT should be could be encouraged to be used, and there are areas where the concerns have been expressed, and there should be some regulation with regard to concern. And there's some committee has been set up about it, isn't it, Dr. Sharma, on this aspect?
Yes, sir. The people are, including Sam Altman, who came to India just a few days ago. He has also been talking about it, that we need to do something about these tools. So, but at present, there are no regulations.
In fact, they are working on internationally also. They are working on it, and that's why UNESCO came out with the kind of certain recommendations for the countries that you can start a policy paper. The first is a policy paper, and then come to the regulation and how it is to be used. You cannot just ban it. Even if you ban it, it is going to be used like by many people. Radhika has raised a question. Radhika.
Yes, Radhika.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the informative session. I have 2 observations to share and then 1 question. I was just wondering, in education, it's just not limited to the knowledge. So I was wondering, when ChatGPT and other technologies are given to the students, what about peer learning in the classroom, group cooperation, creative thinking, etc.? And I'm also wondering, will this make their mind more conditioned because they have something jahan par they will directly put and will get an answer? So I have a question related to this. Is there any research done where it has been as in studied the impact of using all these technologies, especially AI and ChatGPT, etc., whether it is helping the learners to develop their critical thinking and higher mental processes? Or I'm curious to know about this.
Your question is very important. The reason being, this is the beginning, and when the beginning is done, there will be people will be using it, and then some research issues will come. Whether it is helping the students learning better, or it is only making them robots in terms of collecting and putting material together. So much, to our knowledge, not much research has been done. It's a ChatGPT is only about a year back development, or to not more than 2 years back development. And 3.5 came only last year, and then 4 would be coming up. But ability of this technology, which I am saying that large language modeling processing is getting into very important thing. Okay. And that is going to affect the student in a manner positively or negatively. That study has to be done. As far as my understanding goes, I looked into some of the software which has been developed. Some of the edtech companies are working. In fact, these edtech companies are linked to almost 100 universities in the country. They are at lower level. They are not at ChatGPT level. They are still at the computational level. But next would be a kind of a thing which many things could be done at a fraction of thing in a statements, which will come. How it's going to affect, because ultimately human brain works much differently. It gets the information, it processes information with the ability of their own understanding, and it completely doesn't. But it has a possibility of influencing the minds of the people very strongly. As it is, Instagram and all these are influencing the mind of the people. But this has a much better way of explaining. Instagram and other things, they have a limited, it may not explain the things, but this will be able to explain the things, and it will help the students and teachers to understand it better. This, what I call the short messaging, has really caused more problem to the mind of the young and old people, but the large language modeling might avoid this problem which you are seeing today. So I think that it is going to have a little positive, but research has to be done on this aspect when the students use, group of students use, and then the impact on this. Dr. Sharma, you have something to add?
No, sir. We have covered it very well.
Any other question, please?
Thank you, sir. That was my concern, because cognitively, academically, and knowledge-wise, it will have certainly positive. But I am wondering about the values and the skills which learner learn in the classroom, like helping others, peer learning, etc., etc.
Peer learning system have been developed. They have very good software. I talked to you the group buddy, study buddy, which is a group of students can work together. As it is, people sit on the floor and discuss another thing. So this will help you giving the latest data or latest information in a more consistent and more language, in a kind of a statement, which was possible in a more analyzed statement. Analytical part would be very strong in this case. So it will be helpful to the student. Only that they should not stop at that level. Mine is that if you learn to drive, you should learn to drive efficiently. When you learn efficiently driving, then you learn how things should change. So that is where these are basics. As you look in the old past technology, where earlier computer was not there, people used to there. When the computer came, and the computer have helped in many ways, and computation will help in research in many ways. So I think one should look at it in a positive manner, but negative aspects should not be overlooked.
Thank you, sir.
And you are talking about values. Let me share with you the values of various kinds. And the values would be explain how these values have arisen. You ask the ChatGPT how certain values have arisen, and ChatGPT will churn out a paper. And then you ask ChatGPT how are the negative aspects of it. It will churn out another aspect of that thing. So that possibility is there, and that might one way that both debate can take place further. And when debate takes place, then you are able to reach to the newer understanding of the subject. Tripti has raised the question, and Tripti.
Yes, thank you, sir, for this very informative session. All my friends were using ChatGPT, but I've never kind of even looked at it. So it was a very enlightening session for me, sir. Just have a quick question, sir, because our students are from different language background, like Hindi and other languages also. So does ChatGPT also supports any question that can be asked in any language and answer that one is getting? This is purely coming from a very ignorant person like me, who has no idea of this app. So please answer, sir.
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Sharma, you have something to take on this. Otherwise, I come later on.
Okay, 2 points. One is that I have a friend in United States, and when his students, they were using ChatGPT. So he thought that what can I do, because they won't stop using it. So it becomes a challenge. Then he thought that, okay, if I can't control them, let me change my strategy. And what he did is that whenever he wants to give an assignment or a question to the students, then he asks them that you make the first draft in the classroom, where there is no ChatGPT, no computer. They have to think on their own. They can consult the books, but no computer, no internet. And then they have to prepare the first draft. Now, when this first draft is with him, then he knows that what is the level. After that, he asks, okay, now you go home, whatever you want to do, use ChatGPT or TalkCall or whatever it is, come back with your answer. But then from there, he knows it. So this is one strategy which you can also think of for. And it is very funny. I just conducted some days an examination for my Master of Vocational Studies research students. They are postgraduate students. And one student, I know her level, and she took 3 answer sheets, whereas the other students, they were not able to even fill up the first one. I said, okay, no problem. And when I was reading, at one place, she had written ChatGPT into that. And I was thinking that, yes, while she was copying it from her mobile phone, she even didn't, think of that what is to be written, what is not to be written.
Sir, the
blindly
students
following.
do this all the time. Like even when they are copy pasting some assignment, they are copy pasting the links also, and they are
Yes.
forgetting to take it off. So we
Yes.
catch them that they have actually copy and pasted the assignment.
That's why they get caught.
Now,
But
what I would-
regarding the translation part, it's a good idea. I have not asked the question in any other language, but I know for sure, because if I have asked it, and if I ask him that, okay, now can you reply it in Bengali or Tamil or Telugu, it has done that. That I have done myself. So I can tell that is possible.
What is important in this that use it as a supporting system. Now you can find out what is the latest in a particular subject, let's say economics or physics and other things, and you would like to develop a good curriculum for that purpose, and then you would like that you should be up to date on this subject. Then you ask the ChatGPT with the correct prompt, etc. It will churn out a curriculum of let's say in any aspect in physics you can take on quantum computing, let's put it that way. We're up to that level, quantum computing, what is going on. The work on computing is going on last 50 years. So they will say it is this level. There is a very interesting book long back I read, Science in 2050. It is developed and the scientists they thought about it. They profess what is going to happen. In this case, it will collect the information, data, and etc., and then project it there. So that is going to be very useful thing. So use it as a kind of a tool for this, and let it be a very helpful tool in terms of. Then you take a decision whether our students will be able to understand this level of a thing or not. And at undergraduate level, what we should be doing, and at the postgraduate level. That is the decision you will be taking. You can ask them also at the basic level or at the advanced level or at the higher super specific level. Certain things will be churned out in there, but it is to reduce your drudgery of doing same thing again and again, and it is at the same time giving you the highest level of information available internationally, where the data are already available.
Simply speaking, we should not be afraid of it. Rather, we should make a friend of it.
Yes.
That's simple.
Yes, please go ahead. The students are going out.
So, okay.
I'm able to see the numbers.
Let us have a practice of.
One thing I would like to request all of you to raise issues. Then all the many clarification. Today, 2 or 3 good issues were raised, questions were raised. Then clarification comes.
So what I want to show, I don't know how many of you have used it. When yesterday there was session, you were searching that in your online courses, you need to have certain images, etc. But most of the images, they are copyright protected. So you need to know that where you want to search which are not copyright protected. But instead of searching, why don't you make your own images? And here is it's a free tool, and it's a quite interesting tool which creates images for you. So, okay, let me just write, say, Aravalli Hills with million-year-old rocks. Okay, surrounded with lush green trees, where swans swim in a lake and children enjoy swings. Okay, simple, this one. And click on generate image. So it is okay. It is given some error. Maybe the server is busy right now, but you can work on this in your free time and it will generate interesting images. I'm sharing this link here in the chat, and you can use it giving a good prompt. It creates wonderful images, and if you if you can see it here, what is the copyright for using stable generated? They say that here the images created through stable diffusion are fully open source, explicitly falling under universal public domain dedication. So you just create your own images and use them freely, no problem of anything with you. Here is one.
You can give a prompt about Lakshmibai, and you would find Lakshmibai College in Delhi.
Where? Due to large number of users, this server may experience problems. Yes. Okay. Writing. Let me give a simple one. Yeah, I think this time it will work. See, it has created these images. The prompt was simple: a Rajput warrior riding a horse in a war. Okay, and funnily, interestingly, if you can do it, say like in the style of, say, M.F. Hussain, and even if you tell it if a famous painter, it can change its style, and the same thing can be. So here, see, it has converted that picture into a different style. So you can try it. This is very interesting thing, and you can download any of these images by selecting, by clicking on here, and then you can simply download this image, and this will, you can paste it, because it is your own thing using it. So that was a practical session for you for this evening.
Yes, please go ahead if you have some questions. Yeah. Mahanta, only interesting. No, I would like you to ask questions.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I have learned many things in today's session. Actually, I don't have any at present any queries regarding this. It is very interesting. What we can do, we can create our own images. No need to give credit for other. We no need to search for related images in the web. That is very interesting, I found. Thank you, sir.
Sir, Srimati Dara is you can congratulate her. She has done a very good research on learner attainment in the state of Assam, which has been published in a Scopus journal.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, friends.
Any other question? Radhika.
No, Radhika, it's no need to sign up. Just go to this website and give it a prompt. In fact, can you do it something now and share your screen? We all can see. It is not working now. Maybe okay. Because many people, they may be using it, so server may be occupied.
Server,
like in my case, it was giving error, but then it worked.
Okay, Radhika is presenting. Later.
Okay, so scroll down. Go little up, and you will find the box. Okay, just below, just enter a here. Okay, click on get started for free or here. and enter your prompt. Yes. So think of a good prompt. It may not identify as such the name of a particular person, but anyway, you can try.
Right, Lakshmi College.
If it won't identify Lakshmibai College, it will identify college and then can generate an image of an institution.
It will tell you when it was established, another thing. You write Lakshmibai College.
So like if you tell it that tea plantation workers working in tea garden in hilly area with rains and peacock dancing in the rain, something like that.
Lakshmibai College, Delhi, you put it and then see what it generates. Now we put generate the not image, generate the text. Image, what do you have to change? Dr. Sharma, you change the.
Click on generate image.
Sir, I have done something. Should I share my screen? Just for fun?
Yes, certainly.
Just share my screen. Right.
अभी राधिका जी का
अच्छा राधिका को कर लेते हैं
आने वाला है शायद. I can see the bar is moving. Yes, it is completed.
Oh, your hand is still not reaching the generated image.
You can see that there is a gray area which moves. So first it thinks and then it works and then it will return.
You are not able to click it on this, Radhika?
No, it worked, but again, it is taking time.
You are not able to click on this, click on generate image.
Sir, I'm able to click, but it is still in the processing. So it reached.
It's still in the processing.
Yeah, it is not coming up. And let me just stop my screen.
Okay. Let us, Parchita, please share your screen. Let us see what you have done.
Okay.
Parchita.
Yes, sir. I'm just doing it. This. Sir, can you see this?
Wow.
Sir, I did portrait of Mona Lisa, the style of Jamini Rao, you know.
Yes. That's interesting.
You got it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. You know, I thought that would be interesting to see this too, you know. I mean, stalwarts kind of in a meeting somewhere. So, but with the speed, you know, it did it, you know, for me, I think it was quite terrifying.
It depends on our network speed as well as if their servers are free. And, you know, it keeps on hunting. So, it depends on when our prompt went their servers and it executes. Radhika ji, if it has worked, then you can come back.
Anita Malhotra has raised the question. Yes.
But even I have tried something.
Yeah.
May I share?
Zarur.
Please.
Oh wow!
Astronauts, very good.
This is professional looking. See the quality of.
This is where you get the
first one.
The time and when they were landed on the moon. It's in a fraction of second.
Yeah, it doesn't take more time. Okay,
and you can ask not only image, generate the text. They'll generate the text for you.
Okay, Prachita, can you come back, share your screen? I want to show you one interesting app which you can use on your mobile phone as well.
Okay. Alka has raised the question.
Alka can ask in the meantime. Okay, can you open a new tab?
So can I say something here?
Yes, please go ahead.
This is Alka and this side. And I must tell you that I'm going to retire in another 2 years or so. Mm-hmm. And the world that you have opened for me is tremendous. I just can't believe that there's so much that there is to learn. I feel that time is so short for me that I cannot even use so much of information for my students in my class.
You won't be retiring now. Because
you another task to do. Another task to do.
Really.
Okay.
And somebody asked me that why I'm doing this FDP since I'm going to retire soon, but I think it is really good for us.
Yes. Thank you for your good
So
news.
thank you so much for sharing all that knowledge with us, sir.
Parcheta, please go to the URL bar and type there REEMIX. REE remix ke, with double E.
Yes, sir, I did.
.co and press enter.
.co.
Yes.
And
remix.
that's it?
Remix.co.
Okay.
Oh, राधिका जी अभी देखते हैं एक बार ये प्रचिता को ये करने दो. So friends, this is a good app. You can try it.
Okay.
प्रचिता ये जो white box है ना इसके अंदर क्लिक करके कुछ लिखो. Like you can write Mohan eating chocolate.
Okay. Mohan eating chocolate.
And click on create button.
Okay.
It may depend, depending on your thing.
Okay, we'll switch eating strategy.
This is किसी ने मोदी का बना. Modi eating Chinese food. That video may come. It is already there on the platform. Somebody created that video.
Okay.
So it means this is a very interesting app. If you scroll down, it will show you Google Play Store and then
Right. App Store.
Anyway, you can.
It's still loading.
So this you can paste the URL of this site into the chat box. Radhika ji, please share your screen. Amita ji, is it your hand raised new one or the previous one?
Yes, sir, new one, sir.
Okay, please.
Sir,
go
I
ahead.
just have a query. Sir, like we are doing all these things and generating this, matlab, there could be certain, some sections or certain people who may object to it if it being in public domain, like there could be political connotations to it and...
Yeah, as with any social media, we have to be careful not to offend the sensibility of someone else. So that's why.
Absolutely, sir.
Radhika ji, Pracheta, you can stop your screen sharing. Let us see.
I'll just stop it. Yeah, I'll let the participants do it. Yeah.
So,
Radhika, please go ahead.
Radhika, अब try करो आप. Wow. क्या prompt क्या डाला था आपने? A girl dancing in rain and peacock. Very good. So now this is called as outcome-based workshop. Here is the outcome of your learning. And it creates good. In fact, there is another software. It is called as Midjourney, 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 that runs on Discord. That also creates professional looking. लगेगा कि कैमरे से आपने कोई पिक्चर शूट किया है. So these are the things. But here the advantage is that you are free from those copyright infringement or something, and you can create your own storybooks. Like on the first day when we created that yesterday, flip books हमने जो बनाया था for children stories or something, or your own collage or something, you can generate these images. And it's completely free. There is no restriction कि कितने बनेंगे. You can keep on creating them.
Dr. Sharma, let us give them an assignment of preparing a paper, a short paper on a particular topic which they like it through ChatGPT, and that is to be presented I would particularly refer images and etc. are very important, but you get into the text part of it by writing, and each student should be. Prachita, is it possible to give them assignment to write of any subject they like, give a prompt and get a one-page note or text note on their learning?
So friends, you have heard him, so go ahead. But in the meantime, this has reminded me one thing. In the LMS, I had created one assignment, get to know each other, where eight of you, 8 people, 8 friends of you, they did it. But then I thought that since it is an assignment, everybody may not be seeing it. So I have converted that into a discussion forum. And it is about get to know each other. There are 4 points which we have asked from each of you: your name, your institution, your expectations from this FDP, and like that. So kindly attempt that. It is in your LMS area.
LMS. It's already put it in the LMS.
Participants, please take note of this. Sir has posted an assignment and please pay heed to it.
That is now, it is available as assignment as well, but I converted it into the discussion form. So that assignment is individual, so if you type something, others won't be able to see that. Only I can see that. That's why I converted it into a discussion form. So whenever you type about you, introducing yourself, all our 96 participants, they will be able to know about each other. So that is it. Ji Amita ji.
Sir,
Yes,
if we've already submitted as an assignment, do we need to repost it in the discussion?
Copy paste कर दीजिए.
Okay, sir.
हाँ. So जो assignment है ना, वो मैंने इसीलिए सोचा कि assignment is individual. Only
So
teacher and
others will
student.
not be able to view
Yes.
it.
Yes. That's why I changed that. गौतम जी, आपका जो LMS में नाम है वो GOU है और आप यहाँ GAU लिखते हैं. एक्चुअल कौन सा है?
किसका नाम कह रहे हैं डॉक्टर साहब?
नहीं, वो समझ गए होंगे. It is a light movement.
But LMS, whatever name, if certain issues were there that has been sorted out, I was told.
Okay, one question from me to all of you. There are now 57, so I can presume that 50 participants are there, excluding the means like So yesterday we discussed about those language softwares. Did you try them, and what is your recommendation, which you have found that yes, this one is good, so that others can also try that?
Did you discuss about Duolingo or some other language?
No, we discussed around 6 platforms.
6 platforms, very good.
So anyone, would you like to share your thoughts?
I'm using Duolingo for the past 1 year.
Oh, very good.
I started Spanish one, so I have reached a level 5, reading stories and understanding that. Then I started learning Hindi all over again.
Which language?
Hindi.
Achha, very good,
Because
very good.
I don't remember all the categories.
Did you try Duolingo Max?
Duolingo, only Duolingo.
Yeah,
Not
next time you can try Duolingo Max as well.
Okay, sir. But I really recommend it to others because it's so simple and very interactive.
देखो राधिका जी ने हिमाटा को यूज किया. Yesterday हमने इसकी प्रैक्टिस की थी. That was very good.
Or any other question, or we call it a day? Pracheta?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Alka ma'am, for sharing your inputs on Duolingo, and I think you are also an inspiration for all of us. Now I will formally thank once again Professor G.D. Sharma and Dr. R.C. Sharma, sir. Thank you on behalf of Lakshmibai College, SIDS ICF, and GAD TLC for presenting us with all the new features regarding AI. And to be very honest, I can speak for myself. I had zero knowledge about it, but I can say that now I have started growing, interest, for this new thing. And the idea is to use it as responsibly as we can, and for the betterment of humankind and research. Of course, as educators, we need to concentrate on research and teaching as well, and it will definitely help us in teaching. So once again, I thank Dr. G.D. Sharma and Dr. R.C. Sharma, and it was a wonderful, wonderful interactive session, and we look forward more of its kind. And last but not the least, I thank the participants for staying with us despite the hectic schedule of their going to the college and coming back. I thank all of you.
Thank you.
Radhika ji, I will share that URL of that discussion forum in the WhatsApp group.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You can click it from there.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye, friends. Bye, everyone. Good night.
Good evening,
Bye.
sir.
Bye.
Good
Okay.
evening, everybody. Bye. Bye.
See you tomorrow.
See you, sir. Bye.
Thank you, sir.